Okay, welcome everyone. This meeting will be recorded. The Zoom application will notify you that this meeting is being recorded. Please press continue on the Zoom application to stay in the meeting. Use the raise your hand feature in Zoom when you would like to speak on an item and to also lower your hand when you are finished speaking. Please unmute when called to speak and mute yourself when you are done speaking. If you're calling in by phone, identify yourself by name before speaking on an item. Press star 9 on your phone to raise and lower your hand, and press star 6 if you're participating by phone to unmute. Okay, we call this meeting to order. And Maria, roll call, please.
Chair Shahal.
Present.
Committee Member Park.
Here.
And Committee Member Jane.
Here. Okay, moving along, we have a consent calendar item 1A, approval of July 2nd, 2024 Governance and Ethics Committee special meeting minutes. If anything to discuss about it, or if not, can you have a motion to approve that?
Motion to approve.
Second. Do we take a roll call, Maria, or vice vote is okay?
You don't need to for that vote. Thank you. You want me to roll call each vote? Oh, no, we don't need to.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Oops. Okay. Passed 3-0. And no opposed. Are there any speakers online, Maria?
Does anyone like to raise their hand to speak for public presentations? No one's raising their hand.
No one's there. Okay. Moving along, item 2, review and discussion of the text messaging retention. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Committee. Javon Grogan, City Manager. We have an item that is before you that will present a new model for retention of text messages. And so as a committee will remember, there was a desire to look into an improved way to retrieve text messages as well as a longer retention period for them. So with that, staff had a number of conversations and asked the IT department to look into a technological solution, knowing that our current methodology for retrieving text messages involves staff, once they receive a PRA, to contact council members, and then for council members to go through their devices and send those in to the organization. And so what will be presented to you is a technological solution that will avoid that process and be more efficient, I believe, for council members as well as staff to process, and has all the necessary internal controls and should meet the objectives that we talked about in general form the last time. So with that, I will turn the presentation over to our Director of IT, Garth.
Thank you, City Manager, Committee Chair, committee members. I'm here to present the item as Javon stated, and we can go to the next slide. Just repeating what the background was, at the March 4th meeting, as part of the email retention policy, the committee requested us come back with text message retention strategy. And as Council Policy 046 states, text messages are forms of communication which are considered public record and can be disclosed unless exempt from disclosure. So based on that direction, we met with vendors. And next slide. So the vendor that came to the top was Smarsh. This is a leader in the space. They've been in the space for about 20 years with the regulated industries. They're in the Gartner quadrant, top quadrant for the 7 years. And they've got 6,500 global customers, including 500 public sector customers. Next slide. So Smarsh is in the business of doing email, cloud, social media, all kinds of retention. And this is a cloud-based archiving platform that can automatically archive text messages in this case. There's no app download required. The cloud-based product will archive and capture and retain SMS messages, and this is important, and MMS messages from the carrier network. The This requires that the iMessage option be disabled on your phones because the iMessage option bypasses the carriers and goes directly through the Apple network, for instance. So you won't get your read receipts, somebody typing ... and the text will appear in green, not blue. So just full disclosure on that front. And we can set that through our mobile device management platform that we have in the city. So you don't have to do anything really on that front. So SMS messages, MMS messages, emojis, images, videos, and files, etc., will be archived. We're recommending a 2-year retention, which will mirror the email retention discussion that you just had. And the archive will maintain and store all of these messages, even if you delete them from your phone. So you can go back for public records requests, and admin can go back into the portal and search for keywords or names or date ranges and very efficiently get any responsive text messages based on the search criteria. And this is how the system works in the cloud, etc. The most important part in the top right-hand corner, no app or user on the user devices. iMessaging must be turned off, easy activation, minimal device management. And this is a view of the search. You put in a name, you put in a keyword, you put in a date range, etc. There's the regular controls, and it appears and the search results show up. Next slide. And here's another version of the responsive text. Each of the email text threads show up as a continuation. So the one topic might have 8 texts, and on the right-hand side, you'll get all the 8 texts for that one thread. Thanks, Maria. Next. So wrapping this up, this Smarsh service can be acquired through T-Mobile on city-provided devices. So the city-provided devices that you have, and the cost is $5 per cellular line per month, plus some taxes. And that's it for the most part. We propose you consider activating a Smarsh if you would like to go down this path, the cloud-based archiving platform for a retention period of 2 years. That's my report.
Thank you, Gaurav. Just to follow up on that. And so just to put a fine point on it, this is only for city devices. Council members could still certainly use their personal devices. As you know, we encourage any city business to be conducted on the city devices, the city cell phones. This would also cover any iPads that council members may have that have a cell connection to them. But certainly to the extent that any council member uses their personal device for city business, you would still then get, if we have a PRA, a request to turn over any responsive records, and would need to search any personal devices that you use. And so we would do what we currently do and recommend that you really only use a city device for city business, and this would provide the staff with the full ability to have access to search. And we would certainly notify council members when we receive a PRA and we're searching your city devices, but it would really be very efficient, I think, on both sides. Lastly, this is something that from a staff perspective that we can implement. We have global management of all city devices, but this is proposed as an amendment to a current council policy with regard to council devices. And so that's why it's coming before you. And, you know, this really arose from discussions from the committee. With that, I will turn it over to the committee.
Okay. Thank you, City Manager and Director Gaurav. Questions, committee members? Yep.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. I mean, the thing is that first, I had an issue once where I was doing attorney-client privileges, and there was a PRA request, and all of that stuff was released. And our interim city manager, Steve No, what happened was staff had gone through my records on my city email, and somehow there was some miscommunication with a consultant and staff, and that confidential information was released to the PRA requester. And in my case now, we're requiring staff to go through our text messages, which is more work for them, which is fine. I mean, it's the law. But how do I know that there isn't some inadvertent release? Ideally, I would like to review the PRA documents before they are released to the public to make sure that there are not mistakes like that. The second is that, I have now been a council member for 4 years, and I admit that I only use my personal cell phone. And when I get a PRA request, I release everything from this personal cell phone. And I can switch this personal cell phone to T-Mobile and give you guys access to it. I don't have an issue with that. But I guess my question is that there was a previous council member that would never text and never email, did everything on the phone, and did a lot of shady business. So does this prevent somebody who intentionally wants to get around the law to get around it? I mean, people, if you're still allowing people to carry their personal cell phones, they could still just continue to use their personal cell phones. I don't see how this really helps. So maybe somebody can answer those questions.
Sure. I think the city attorney and I will tag team those questions. I'll start by saying, not sure what happened in the past, and if there was an inadvertent release of information that was confidential. Certainly that was done in error, and we endeavor not to do that. Not sure when it happened and the circumstances with regard to that. Two, with regard to council members using their personal device. We as staff or the city does not have the power to force a council member to only use a city device. We can only provide guidance. Council can adopt a policy that encourages council members to only use a city device, but we do not have the power to mandate that elected officials only use a city device. Now, state law and the PRA is not device specific. And so whether you use a personal device or you use a city device, you still have to comply with state law and turn over all responsive records. Next, with regard to someone who attempts to nefariously avoid turning over records or takes phone calls and doesn't put anything in writing, a text message retention policy will not cover that by its very nature, right? Nor do we as staff have the ability to prevent someone who is doing that, and we wouldn't have knowledge of what phone calls they're having, right? And so, as elected officials, you have a duty to abide by all rules, regulations, and the law, and we have trainings on that. There's a number of trainings that I know the city attorney gives, as well as you receive via other mechanisms. And certainly if there's an allegation, it's looked into by all the appropriate parties if it can, if it's something that is discernible. With regard to the work on staff's part, I do feel that this system is the best model in that, honestly, it's something that we are looking into doing citywide because it will provide that ease of access for responding to PRAs that will not have individuals researching and then potentially turning over a subset of the records. We will have access to all of the records without trying to get that information from the carrier. So the system will automatically archive that information. I think next, with regard to a council member's review of information that is released from a PRA, it's important to note that individual council members do not decide what's turned over. The city, if we have the records and if you've provided the records, the city makes a determination on what has to be released. And so I do not know that we have the ability to have a process where a council member has a prior review of that. I think we can talk about that. I think that there are certain timelines and deliverables that need to be met that may come in conflict with that, but certainly we can look at that within our process if there is time to allow the individual to review. Know that when we receive a Public Records Act request, there's an entire process that oftentimes involves a legal review of what's releasable, what's not. That also may involve redaction, and then we are attempting to meet the state mandated timelines. There are times where we can request an extension. We try not to do that. So we can take that back and see, is there in our process the ability to give council members a prior look at their records that are released? So with that, can I turn it over to the city attorney for any additional comments, or Chief Operating Officer Nader?
Yeah, thanks. I'll add a few things, mostly in reinforcement to things that you said, but maybe from my office's perspective. Many members, Jane, you had described that instance to me, before as clearly a defect in the system. Records, and I agree with City Manager Grogan. That was a mistake. We weren't here, but clearly a mistake was made that shouldn't have happened. And one of the important responsibilities staff, fulfills is when information is provided, to review it for information that implicates privacy interests, information that may not actually be related to city business, and certainly information that is exempt from disclosure or confidential for attorney-client privileged, reasons or otherwise. So that is the kind of thing that's supposed to be caught, and clearly should have been caught in that case. One of the things that you and I talked about, because we've talked about this, a number of times, that we suggest just as a matter of practice when you are turning information over on your personal devices is that you over disclose, to us and not try to triage that yourself. But if in fact you feel like there is information on there that is a mixture of city business or personal, right? Or should be viewed, as personal business or might contain confidential information, by all means highlight that for us, because that will facilitate the review, and make it more, effective. And we will interact with you, on that, because we might need additional information around the context of that communication and that disclosure in order to make a final determination. But going back to a point that the city manager made, I think it is important that ultimately that decision is made by, our offices and a number of different people working together to make sure that we're complying, with the law, and that just like in any number of different matters, individual council members shouldn't be dictating outcomes, right, on information that's, disclosed or not. So those are my thoughts there. On the use of, the ability of individual council members to use their personal devices to just make phone calls and therefore kind of circumvent the system. You're right. People can just do that. And this rule doesn't solve all of that. A lot of, like most rules, right? Individual council people and even any of us are on your own recognizance. There's always ways, to circumvent that. And so this proposal doesn't solve that. It really just is a technological mechanism, that facilitates the gathering and collection and disclosure information, on city devices. It doesn't get at, at personal devices. I don't think the city wants, and there's both privacy reasons and legal reasons why we wouldn't want any of you turning your devices, your personal devices over to us. It is absolutely policy and appropriate policy that we discourage, use of personal devices for, city business. Whether or not we could, to pivot a little bit off city manager's observation, whether or not we could actually mandate that and say, no, you can't use your phones for that is actually a question I've not looked at from a legal standpoint. But if you think about it from a practical standpoint, it wouldn't really work, right? If it's your personal device, I don't think we would mandate or could that you would turn it over anyway. We can make a policy that says don't use it in that way, but I'm not aware of any city that actually says you'd have to turn over your personal devices or all sorts of issues, kind of implications with that. I do know what some cities do in order to tighten up a little bit the rules on disclosures from council people on information that they might have on their personal devices, has actual representation and certification made, from the council member that, hey, you've asked me for information on my personal device. And I represent to you that I have provided to you everything, that's responsive to that, request. And does that still solve it, right? No, but it can potentially formalize it, right? And make it, a more grave thing, if in fact, that full disclosure, isn't made. So those are some of my thoughts on that in response to some of your comments and questions. I don't think I've missed aspects of it. You probably heard more than you wanted. I will reserve further responses to other questions.
Do you have follow-up?
Yep.
I don't know. Sure.
No, go ahead. We can complete.
So it is very time consuming for me to go through my cell phone myself. As I stated, I only use my personal cell phone, and when I get PRAs, I release sometimes megabytes of data from the phones. If I voluntarily decided to switch to T-Mobile and allow the city to use Smarsh, can I do that? Is that legal or is that acceptable? And or alternatively, could I get a license of Smarsh myself to help me search through responsive documents? I mean, if this app is there to save time, and presumably you'd want to get the best app out there that saves staff time, then can I somehow get a license of Smarsh?
Couple questions there. I think one, the question is, if you switch to T-Mobile, T-Mobile is not your current cell provider, could the city use Smarsh to search your personal device? I think that there are some practical concerns with that, as well as with us having access to all the text messages on your personal device and need for interface with that. Certainly the easiest answer is for council members to conduct city business on city phones, right? And so the easiest solution is for you to switch to a city device and only conduct city business on a city device. Can you have your own contract with or use Smarsh and then use that or some other technology to retrieve records to turn over to the city? Don't know if that's possible. Presumably you could use that software or another software. We could turn over to the IT director who may know if that's possible.
Yeah, we didn't go down that path, but we can ask the question. But our assumption was this was an enterprise service for an organization that was trying to set up a portal and a relationship with admins clearly defined and such. I'm not aware of the individual license for Smarsh that is available today. And I appreciate you City Manager, for making that distinction between city devices. This is the service that we're contracting for, city devices, what we proposed. Right.
The attorney. So potentially you could use Smarsh on a personal device or some other tool to catalog, to make your review easier. But certainly our recommendation has been, and will be, elected officials should conduct city business on city devices.
Okay, my last question is there support for dual SIMs? I just don't like to carry two devices.
A technical question that I do not know that we have the answer to. I will tell you, in a prior life, I didn't like to carry two devices, and I obtained a dual SIM phone. But I've since went to two separate devices for ease of use and knowing that conducting city business on city devices. Let us look into that. If that was the case, my gut recommendation would be the primary SIM on the device is a city one, and then you would have a eSIM for any personal calls. It's a technological solution that I think we can look into. I do think that there are still challenges with individuals conducting personal business on a city device. And so, again, the most straightforward solution is carry two phones, utilize the city phone for city business, all personal use on a different device.
And yes, I can think of a few more logistical challenges with that, having the city issued phone with your primary SIM with the city number, and then the backup, the secondary number being your personal service. But then if you have personal photographs on it, it's just all kinds of things that get introduced.
Okay. Before I go to Committee Member Park, I have some question regarding the same question which Committee Member Jain asked. Committee Member Jain raised a good question about confidential information being released by mistake or something. Is it possible to put let's say, because our confidential city attorney-client privilege would be with the city attorney most of the time. It can be some other persons too. Can we put a check and balance that city attorney's phone and our phone, whenever we see a text to city attorney's official phone, it should raise a flag. Hey, this information should be checked because this is a conversation between attorney and a client, basically. Is that a possible solution to that issue which raised by Committee Member Jain? And second question I had was, can Smash be reused with other carriers, or it's dedicated to T-Mobile only?
Yes, Smash does work with other carriers. We didn't explore all the relationships, but certainly through the T-Mobile. But they are a global, agnostic to the carriers, really. They're providing a service, and it's not only text messages, but they have all kinds of other extensions.
With regard to the question on can we put a flag in the for communications with the city attorney, technical question that I can't answer. I will say de facto that already happens because we review every text message, every document. There could be a communication that is not releasable that goes to anyone, right? And so know that happens, and certainly with any PRA, agnostic of whether it was on a cell phone or an email, any communications with the city attorney are looked at with additional scrutiny. I think what happened before, there was a mistake and information was released that shouldn't have been released, but that, organizations do their best and sometimes mistakes are made. But
in that instance, it might have also been a factor of, that being interim city attorney contract, city attorney, and that number maybe not being as familiar or highlighted. I'm not sure exactly how it happened, but whether a technological solution is there or not, if texts are being reviewed and analyzed, for disclosure, the reviewing parties, even if it's not me itself, from somebody from my office, ought to be able to identify a communication to me and be able to screen that for attorney-client confidential communications.
Yeah, that was my reason I asked that question, because if you see that communication with your number, basically, it should raise a flag. Hey, this is
Right.
directly with the attorney, and they can be very careful monitoring the communication. Basically.
Yeah, I'll inquire even with the review group, to see if there's numbers or things like that that get flagged by humans, whether or not there's a text solution or not. Like I said, I think it's a practical reality. That type of communication, at least to me or folks in my group, ought to be pretty conspicuous, and flagged as just as a matter of human review.
And maybe Smash, when they downloads the data, maybe it has a option available. Hey, for this particular phone, please segregate the information. Basically, I'm not sure. Once we use the Smash download, maybe we can find out that. But
Yeah, no,
that's
that's
a going
an interesting
forward. Yeah.
question of whether or not certain, communications to certain numbers would inherently be able to be flagged, by the program itself, at least to the extent that the council person's source is a city device, right? That's within.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course. Yep.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, thank you. Committee member Park.
If I might just weigh in on
Oh.
this one last issue. So a couple of thoughts. First, SMS and text messaging is very basic and very resilient. The reason it's so resilient and universal is because it's very basic without those bells and whistles. And those bells and whistles get introduced in other applications that are not SMS, that are iMessage and others. But the real aspect of searching through Smarsh is it gets downloaded into a CSV file or a PST file. So you can do all kinds of searches that you would do on your desktop anyway. So we can, those searches are possible once you download the data. Basic issue is downloading the data, and that was the problem we were trying to solve.
Okay, thank you. Committee member Park.
So again, as somebody who is deeply involved with security for multiple startups, the fact that people use personal business on their work devices is a problem, but using your personal device for work is never allowed. I mean, that is one of the reasons that we would remove somebody with access to anything. I mean, I think that it's ridiculous that we're trying to come up with all these workarounds to make our lives easier. I famously carry multiple phones, multiple devices, and people will see that if a conversation is more appropriate for another device or another account, I actively move those conversations to other devices or to other accounts. Like, I actively do that. I mean, again, security, information security especially, is not easy. That's why it takes more effort. And I'm sitting here wondering why we're talking about how to circumvent the simple rule of use city devices for city business. It just doesn't make any sense to me that we would allow this. And if the reason is for ease, I just don't want to do something, that doesn't make any sense to me either. I don't want to do a lot of things either, but these are for the benefit of the community, and these are requirements to make things safe. It doesn't make any sense that we would do anything outside the requirement to use city devices for city business. I don't think we should do anything beyond that. I mean, I understand we have no iMessage, but even on Android, you have things like RCS. I mean, these are things that go on top of. And I think that having iMessage be an escape. I mean, I want to know if RCS, I want to know if the other, as you said, bells and whistles laden messages are, messaging systems are also problematic because people are going away from SMS. And in fact, looking at, and I would like to have a solution that works without people having to be careful to not use something. Like, I just want it to work. And if iMessage does not work, iMessage is probably one of the most common I mean, if you use an Apple device, it's the most common means of communication. You actually have to work to not use iMessage on iPhone. And I guess since IT already has a very strong non-Apple bias when it comes to applications and platforms, like maybe if iMessage is a known workaround for Smarsh, that we are not allowed to use iPhones for city business. I mean, I think that rather than come up with a method that people actively have to think about how to be compliant, we should come up with a process and a method that does not require any thinking to be compliant. I mean, we have talk about personal communications, like I can think of a lot of things that I wouldn't want. Like we have a lot of things that I think are under HIPAA. And even if I wanted to share that with somebody, that's not an easy thing to do. And if I manage accounts, if I have communications for my family, then even if I agree that this is that I'm okay with this goes beyond more than just my purview. And I think that to ask the question of, well, I want all my personal things, I understand why that's out there, but the reason that the question is being asked is to go around the requirement that city work is done on city business is done on city devices. I think that's simple, and that should be the rule, right? Using personal devices, I think that makes things easy. That's true. Nothing that we do, the rules that we put in place, are not about what's simple, what's convenient. Oftentimes, it's to tell you what's better because it's not convenient, because it's not simple. Again, I'm not as concerned with city devices for one reason, which is most of the things that I've heard about actually happen on personal devices. I mean, we've got a trial going on where people actively admit, and they provably show that they have deleted messages between themselves and other relevant parties, right? And we're never going to get around that as long as people are intent on doing the wrong thing, right? In my case, there's two things. I am very intent on trying to do the right thing, and I'm very intent on trying not to do the wrong thing. And both those have to be true, right? But, I would like to know, how do we eliminate the loopholes? How do we eliminate the escapes in a technology like this? Because if there are no escapes, I mean, if there are no ways to do that, if the requirement is you have to use another messaging app on an Apple device other than iMessage, then I almost think it's not even worth it. If we say that, well, another device, another brand would give us fewer escapes, and it's easy, it's the default way, we are tracking the default way to track messages, then I would be more supportive. But what I'm used to in a secure environment is I do all of my business on a work device, and the entire work device is controlled, which is I don't care what else you install on there. I don't care if you're using another app, which is an easy workaround. The device is under control, not a specific app. And again, I would like to look into how we do that. I mean, I know on some other devices, you've got a work profile. You've got a work profile that's managed by the IT people, and they limit what you can install. They limit what you can do. They limit these kinds of things. And if we're not doing these basic security, if we don't have these basic security rules in place, the fact that we're going to use Smarsh to look at SMS text messages on an Apple device where SMS is not even the default application, not even the default, doesn't make any sense to me, right? If it requires knowledge that the user has of something beyond just sending messages, it doesn't make sense to me that we would even spend the $5 on this, because the workaround it's not even simple. It's what happens when you don't even think about it. I mean, these are my concerns. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might.
Yeah, please.
Help respond to that. Appreciate Member Park's comments. It certainly does emphasize the value and importance of conducting city business, on city, devices. Our current policy as it relates to council people is that they should endeavor to keep communications regarding, city business, on business devices. We think you could, and other jurisdictions do, strengthen that and say you can't, you must, use city devices for communications. And so that's potentially something, that you could do. But I just want to be clear about what a lot of this is trying to get at, is the fact that regardless of what your policy says, people could use personal devices for communication of city business. And if they do, the law requires, regardless of the fact that you're using your personal device, that information, must be turned over. So Member Park, I hear what you're saying and don't disagree with it as a matter of, what policy ought to be. But in effect, one of the things we're trying to, that what we have to be prepared to deal with is the state law requirement that under the Public Records Act, if in fact a communication is made, on a personal device, it is the responsibility and duty of the individual person who's governed by the Public Records Act to in fact turn over that information. And we need systems, in order to do that. So it really is getting at that, as much as anything else. This particular solution, right, it only applies to personal devices, but why you hear us talking about so much personal devices is because we're trying to fulfill our responsibilities under a legal mandate, not because we're trying to encourage the use of personal, devices for the conduct of city business. So I just wanted to put that in context.
Understood.
Yeah.
Again, unless you tell me otherwise, I don't think that the city business being done on city devices is the problem. I think that when you've got very public deletions of text messages on personal devices between city officials that we are not tracking, when you've got people who are not using, any kinds of communication, are not revealing any kinds of communication, when people are using third-party apps to do communication, if we're not even going to look at that, if we're not even going to say that, acknowledge that that's a much bigger problem, then simply tracking SMS in particular on an Apple device where SMS, I think SMS is the fallback when you're talking to non-Apple devices. But when you're talking to other Apple devices, it wouldn't even track communications between council member and council member in the default mode in the Apple ecosystem. And for that reason, I don't even know how that's worthwhile. We have people who have installed third-party chat applications for the express purpose of going around, having to reveal their conversations. If we're not going to control that, if we're not going to have an environment that's required, that says this is under city, this is under government control, you are required to use this device because it ensures that you cannot install these apps. It ensures that the communications and the information transfer is being tracked. Then I think that this is not a worthwhile policy. I'm saying this as a security person.
Thank you.
Council member, I think there are a number of items you raised, and I will endeavor to address a few. I know that part of those are statements. One, with regard to city administration of city devices, we do have a global mobile device management system that for use of city devices can limit access to applications, as well as the IT director mentioned, have a global, has the ability to disable iMessage from a global setting. So no one will have to do that. Certainly there are other devices, but all other devices come with other pros and cons. We've looked into that. We do not think it's appropriate to switch from Apple devices as the city's core devices that we provide to both employees and council members. We feel confident that with our mobile device management system that we already have in place, as well as disabling iMessage, that using a system like Smarsh will provide us with the necessary information to both retain and search text messages, SMS and MMS messages. So I feel comfortable that we have looked into and have the appropriate tools there. Certainly, there are applications that people can use on their personal device, and to the extent that they're allowed on city devices, that will go around that. WhatsApp is a great example. We are having conversations about preventing the download and use of certain applications. I think WhatsApp is a great example where I know that people that travel and are out of the country, use of an application, I'm not sure if it's WhatsApp, but other applications while they're traveling is done. Now, that doesn't violate the PRA or the Brown Act. You just have to turn over those records when they're requested. And so no matter what software is used, elected officials still have to comply with the Public Records Act. And so we are certainly continuing to have conversations on what applications are allowed, what applications are not allowed. And we'll be doing that not just for council members, but as on a global basis. Certainly, as I said earlier, and the city attorney reiterated, even if the council has a policy to, right now you discourage it, but even if you changed it to prevent, to say that elected officials cannot use their personal device, an elected official could still utilize that personal device, and they would still have to comply with the Public Records Act to turn over any responsive records if we do receive a PRA or if they have to be turned over for any other purpose. And so absolutely, there could be individuals that are seeking to avoid and not turning over things on personal devices. From an administration perspective, we wouldn't have knowledge of that or access to that information. And to the extent that someone is breaking the law, the appropriate legal authorities should be contacted.
Just to, if I might add, do you want to start? If I could just add to that maybe first.
Briefly, yeah.
For the, just to, and these are all good, interesting discussions all in and around, right, public records. So two things. One, just to remind us what's kind of in front of you is implementation of the Smart, program with respect to text, messages, on city phones in order to improve, the archiving, requirement of up to 2 years and the searchability, right, of those records. And so that's really the thing before you. All these other conversations are good and interesting and important and may implicate other policy changes, right, that might be necessary. So not discounting that. And then just secondly, to emphasize what the city manager said and I had said earlier, our kind of role in all of this is to make sure that we are fulfilling our obligations under the Public Records Act, and that we need to have policies for that. We have a duty to do that. You all have individual, duties to that. To the extent people are conducting themselves in a way that individually they violate, that or commit some other, form of deceit or matter that's a matter that breaks state law, I don't enforce that. We don't enforce that. And so those things can still happen. It's just hard to develop a policy, around that could actually prohibit people from breaking the law because people do, regardless of the rules. And so there are limitations to what our policies can effectuate. In this case, we're trying to solve a smaller problem with this program that has the functionality described by our IT director. So I just wanted to say that, Mr. Chair, to kind of reorient us a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee Member Park, just briefly.
So, and I hear what the city manager said, and I hear what the direction that the city attorney said. But I mean, my question as a security person is, how can you state any level of confidence that this will work if you've not even tested this system on the people and the communications that you want to put under scrutiny? Like when we have so many other escapes that we've just discussed, how can you show the effectiveness of this? I understand we're doing this for compliance, but compliance is the absolute floor for what we're trying to do here. I think that the spirit of what we're trying to do is we're trying to say, listen, all the work that is done for the city, all the public work that is being done is public. And when we've got, examples, we've got real examples, of the mayor, of other council members deleting personal texts to other elected officials, to other people in the community, when we've got those kinds of things, and we don't have any system to mandate that city work must be done or should be done on city devices, when we don't have any way to limit the application, when we don't do it currently, when we don't have a policy to limit, we're talking about policy to limit the types of applications that can be installed. I think that saying that for a very specific instance on, and I understand it's not just T-Mobile, it's probably on any carrier, because I think what they're doing is they're basically putting a man in the middle to the SMS. Doesn't matter what the carrier is, doesn't matter doesn't matter if it's Wi-Fi. But I mean, I'm ready to make a motion, but I would like to see some of the basic things done. Like we can't, even if we had a policy to require that people use city devices, people would still use personal devices. But if we disclose that council members are using, or some council members are using personal devices for public business, I think that would set a tone in public that, hey, maybe this council person is not doing the right thing. I think at some point we have to look at what's the intent of what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to get as much disclosure as we're trying to prevent, or actually not prevent, we can't prevent it, but we're trying to reveal bad acts, right? We're trying to discourage people from committing these bad acts, which in reality is not going to stop the bad acts from happening. Those bad acts will simply move to other places, to other apps and other means of communication. But that's why I don't think that I think this is a nice policy on paper, but I in no way see this as stopping the problems that are occurring today. It's just a way for us to make a claim to, this is what we're doing in response to the problems that are happening today, but are in no way going to mitigate what happens, because the escapes that we have are not because people are trying to do the right thing, because people are actively trying to do the wrong thing.
So let me sum it up in a sense. I think the agenda item today is regarding the text policy only. And if we have something better than SMART, we'll be happy to take that up. But as of today, I think we are talking about SMART only. And I like the idea, like if you have a global restrictions, you can globally set up, disable iMessage and download of other apps also. Basically, if you can put that would be good. At least we start somewhere. I understand what Committee Member Park is saying. It's not a perfect solution. And the other policy matter with the Committee Member Park is talking about whether a council member can use a personal device or not a personal device. That's another topic of discussion as a policy matter. So we can come back to that. But today, I think we are restricting ourselves to the tax policy. And if there is any other, I would suggest the IT department to keep your eyes and open, so that if you find something better than SMART, you can always bring it back and we can always talk about it. And with that, I think Committee Member Jain, you had some brief comment, and we have to move on further. So please, let's be brief. And
this is another issue where the law isn't keeping up with technology. And there are so many new technological ways to have encrypted communications, non-trackable communications. And I recently went to an APTA, American Public Transportation Association meeting, and they talked about procurement in the federal government, and the head of procurement basically said he can put in all the laws he wants to try to force ethics and acting correctly. But he's basically said, if it's not in you, it's not going to happen. And so fundamentally, that's where we're at. We need to make sure that it's clear that this is what we want. This is how we want council members to act. But if they're not going to act that way, there's pretty much no way we can force them to act that way. So this is perhaps a step in the right direction, but again, there's so many ways to get around it that, we can try.
So with that, can I have a motion for this item, please?
Well, my motion, the recommendation is consider and direct staff to develop possible modifications of the council policy or for 6 regarding the city's text message retention policy for consideration and approval by the full city council. I don't think we're there yet. I think that the recommendation that I hear that we want to bring before council is on the use of SMARSH. I think that I would like to go back and look at other things that we could be doing, including mandating the use of city devices, including controlling the city devices so that you have to, you can't just install any chat application that you want to install, that there are, requirements and restrictions for how you do things that are enforced on your phone. And as people said, if you want to use your personal device, nothing can stop you from doing that. But I would like a policy that says that this is what we do, and anyone that uses their personal device for city business, we can at least call them out for that. We can't prevent that, but we can at least call them out for that. Right? Again, the escapes that we see, the escapes that I see in public are usually with public devices, right? Instead of trying to bend the rules and find ways to make public device, your personal device usable for city business, I don't think we should spend any time there. I think the requirement should be, if you have city business, you use a city device. And if you're using a personal device for city business, that's a bad thing, right? And that doesn't require SMARSH. So I would like to consider and direct staff to do this, but I want it to be something, I don't think it's ready to bring to the full city council yet. And I want something other than just SMARSH. I would like to think of an enveloping process, that says, listen, these are our recommendations. And there's a tacit understanding that if you're going around those recommendations, it is likely, and it is definitely possible that it is being done to go around PRA.
So with that said, did IT did any other research on this topic? Like what are the other options, or when is the next meeting for governance? 29th, right? 29th.
We have a special meeting on October 29th.
Okay,
It's currently
so
scheduled.
my suggestion would be, is it possible for IT to look into broadly, are there any other better solutions available than SMARSH, and bring this topic back on October 29th? Yep, City Manager.
Sure. I know that Committee Member Park mentioned a number of things, but I want to separate
Yes.
3 of them and highlight them. One is the text message retention and the use of SMARSH, right? Which is essentially the item that's before you, which I don't think there's disagreement about doing those. 2 is changing your council policy now that discourages the use of personal devices and encourages the use of city devices for city business, changing that such that the policy says council members shall use a city device. I think what we've heard from the committee is some members of the committee use their personal device. Other members don't use a personal device, use a city device. And certainly what you've heard from staff is we encourage using a city device. Should the committee like staff to go back and adjust the policy such that it states council members shall only use a city device? That is certainly something we can do. That is certainly something that other cities have done. I think what you've heard from both me and the city attorney today is even if we had that policy, council members could still use their private device and they would still have to comply with the Public Records Act and turn over any messages. But certainly that's something that can be done to strengthen your policy, but it would not, again, prevent the use of personal devices.
And just to add to that, that not being on the agenda today, that would be a referral, to staff to bring
Definitely.
probably to this group, what additional adjustments could be made to the policy that you could then fully discuss and deliberate on, and then that could be brought forward to the council.
And I want to turn it to Chief Operating Officer Nader, and then I have the third item.
Okay, and I just do want to bring attention to your current policy, which is attached to your report. It's items 1, 2, and 3. So you have a framework for not using personal devices and endeavoring not to use them for text messages and forwarding to your city device in the event that you do that. So you have that framework in your policy now.
Okay. And then the third item is looking at all of the applications that are utilized on devices and putting in additional controls. As I've said, we do have a global mobile device management software that we use not just for council member devices, but for city devices. Certainly, as a part of the normal course of administration, we may make changes to what people can utilize or download, and know that this conversation has also prompted conversations internally between what type of applications people are allowed to use, and we're looking at that. And so I don't think there's any direction needed from the committee on that. Certainly, city staff through direction and in their normal course of administration, working with the city manager's office, can implement internal policies to prevent the use of various applications. And we know that that's possible. And again, people that want to do bad things will do bad things, whether it's on a city device or a personal device, but we can endeavor to prevent that as much as we can.
So I want to make a couple of comments. I mean, I understand that people could use a public device regardless. People can have workarounds regardless of the policy we put in place, but it would set a different tone in public when it happens, because we know what the policy should be. We know what the action should be. Like, I'm looking at the council public records policy, and I try to follow this. Like, I've read this in the very beginning, and I try to follow this. I set up my communication so that I can follow this very, very, very well. I don't mix my personal business with my work business, and I don't mix either of those with the city business. The problem I have with this policy is it talks about shall use official email and text accounts. It talks about keeping things out of the personal accounts. And it says that, oh, by the way, we also provide you a city device for the conduct of city business. But it doesn't explicitly state that you must use that device. And I think that that's where it comes down to. It doesn't state that. It says you have to use the accounts and you have to use these things for city business. And we also provide this device. But I'd like to make that a little bit more explicit, say, and this device should be used because we have multiple devices. It should be used for the conduct, like you should not be conducting city business on your personal device. Because, again, once you've installed a personal account on your city device, now we have no control of communications. Now communications go anywhere. I mean, we've had a lot of leaks where people were actively forwarding their city business to their personal accounts, right? That should not. I mean, that's not a small thing. That's a pretty big thing.
Councilor Park, I think should we refer that to staff to look into that policy as of
Okay,
today?
but-
Because we don't want to
But I want to.
spend time on that policy, which is not on the agenda today.
And I want to tell why, because regardless of all the things that I've been saying, and I've written it all down, I keep getting this pushback on, well, we can't mandate that. Well, we can make it policy, and we can make the policy explicit, as this city management seems to like to prefer. They like to prefer stating what you can and cannot do so that it's clear. And in this case, I want to make it very clear. This policy implies, right? I can infer what the action should be, but in no way tells me that this is the prescribed method. And what I'm missing here is the method. And I would like staff to come back with, how we can tighten up these policies so that when we do try to apply controls to them, that those controls will have some meaning. But right now, there are so many. This is basically saying, that we're going to protect the boat from getting wet by putting a tarp on. And I'm thinking, but the boat's already in the water. That doesn't make any sense to me that we spend additional money on something that is already fairly well controlled. The things that I would like policy on are the things that aren't as well controlled. And, again, that's where I want the consideration placed. But again, I know people that are intent on doing bad things will do bad things. But the policy, there should be a policy, at least, that points to those things that they're doing, that shows people or tells people or tries to explain why those things are bad. And that's what's missing from council.
Mr. Chair, so Mr. Rep, if I understand the motion to kind of encapsulate it is to support staff's, recommendation on the addition of the technology, but to come back to a future governance and ethics meetings, with provisions that would strengthen, the existing policy towards the requirement that only city devices be used and that personal devices, not be used along the lines of what Member Park has outlined. So that's what I understand. The motion is can't really deliberate on those things, any further, but staff can certainly come back to another meeting.
If you can strengthen that.
Okay. And if the recommendation going to full council is on the use of SMARSH, then I would like additional information on how SMARSH, how the process is going to be changed so that it funnels everything through SMARSH and there'll be fewer escapes. Like I would want to know more about how SMARSH is going to control this, because I can see so many ways that there are so many exceptions. There are so many provisos that say, this is not covered. You can't do this. This is not. And I would like some thought into how those gaps are closed.
Okay. So, committee members, do we want to forward this to council today, or we want to wait for feedback on how we can strengthen SMARSH, or do we have any other options instead of? I did hear back that city has a full control over the devices. So iMessaging and other loopholes, whichever we find as of today on SMARSH, can be controlled by the city. So that should answer committee member Parr's questions, basically. But is the committee feel comfortable that we should move this to council as of today, or we should bring it back after due diligence by 29th of October or so?
So I'd like to just make sure we confer with IT.
Yes, that's what I'm.
Before we commit to
Yes,
the
yes.
29th.
No, that's the reason I'm asking that timeline.
That's around the corner, so.
Yeah.
So again, I think we're talking about three things. One, implementation of SMARSH and to your attention. Two, changing the policy to, as a referral, explicitly prohibit the use of personal devices. And then three, implementation of other controls on city devices that would avoid other, for example, applications that can be used for text messages. The third, staff already has the authority to do, is already looking at, and will look into a global limitation of applications. The second can certainly be a referral that we can come back. The third you can act on today, or you can wait until we come back with the policy changes and the entire package.
So we have options.
So I'm just going to state that I am not in favor of bringing a SMART-centric topic to full council without some of the other considerations made. I'm just going to state that.
Of course, I spent a lot of time going through my text messages for PRAs. Is SMART, has the staff tried it? They find it to be user-friendly to be able to extract text messages. I really want to think about the staff impacts of this.
So yes, the IT department has researched the software and feels comfortable that it's a solution. Know that your policy would not limit the specific to us to a specific software, right? We're proffering SMART because it's the one that we have looked into. We feel comfortable that it can be implemented with our current carrier to limit or to track and retain text messages. But we don't need council direction on the tool, right? This is changing your policy to allow for a 2-year retention of text messages. I do think that we can bring this back with the changes to, with potential changes to the ordinance. Am concerned about doing that for the meeting on the 29th, simply because I need to talk to staff and understand that staff can, I imagine that conversation like this one will endeavor to go into what other changes that we will make to application security and management. I don't know that we'll be able to do that by the 29th. Okay. If at the 29th, we want to talk about the policy for adjusting the council policy on the prohibiting the use of personal devices, fairly straightforward. What I would recommend is whenever the committee is ready, you adopt the text message retention policy, and then any changes to your the other policy I'm blanking on.
Public record policy.
Yeah, the existing policy, city attorney is finding it.
046.
So, and we take 046 and we take them to council at the same time. So I think they will go to council at the same time. It only makes sense to have this conversation once at council. And so I think it's really up to the committee if you want to adopt the policy that's before you or wait until we bring the policy recommendation or the policy adjustments for 046 to you.
Okay. If I see consensus, let's bring it back in comprehensive approach so that everything is combined together, and then we can have a discussion and decide on that.
Yeah. So my preference is like, I really want the 2-year retention policy adopted. I would really like that, but I want that adopted without regard to how we do it. Like at some point I want to set, this is what the retention policy is, and maybe give staff more time to come to council with how they do that. But 100%, I think that we should have the 2-year retention policy as soon as possible.
But the issue, Committee Member Park, on that is unless we start using SMART, the retention will not happen on text message.
I'm saying
it's a give and take. Like either we decide today that we implement SMART so that we have this policy for 2-year retention, or we come back with a solution.
Okay.
I know.
But I just heard the city manager say that this was a discussion on this on the retention policy. They don't need council direction on the tool. That's what I heard. And I think that if that's the case, then I would 100% make a motion for putting forth the 2-year retention policy to full council. And at some later date, be told of other options that maybe don't include the one option in front of us. Like maybe we get other things in front of us, especially since there have been some other city manager said, well, there's actually 3 things: the text message retention, and at that time conflated it with the use of a specific tool. I would like to remove the tool as the topic of discussion, right? But there's other things that could be done. I don't know if I have to wait for people to hear this. So, because there's also the council policy for use of personal devices and implementation of other controls on city devices to reduce third-party apps and things like that. And I think those kinds of things, I'm willing to wait for a staff report, but I don't necessarily want to wait on just the retention policy, as long as you bifurcate that with the tool that you use to.
So basically, if I understand Committee Member Park, is this committee wants the 2-year retention policy to be passed,
I do.
but we do not, but staff will not have any tool to implement unless they come back with that. Or you want to implement using Smash? That's my question.
Let me provide a little clarity. The policy revision that you have before you implements a 2-year retention for text messages. You've already implemented a 2-year retention for email. We do not need committee or council direction to implement SMARSH or to make changes to our mobile device management system to prevent other applications. We can certainly come back at a later date with an informational report on what we've done. And so you do not have to hold off on staff's recommendation and implement the changes to policy 046. That's essentially just adding a 2-year text retention on a 2-year retention on text messages, which I hear the committee would like to forward to council and not delay. We can totally do that. With regard to additional changes to the policy, same policy, to make it very clear that the council would like to prohibit the use of personal devices for city business, we can come back with another revision to that and then take that to council as another clarification. 2 totally separate issues, same policy.
I agree on the 2-year retention. Saying prohibit is complicated because I could have a resident who emails me or texts me on a personal account or, and is that city business? It's very difficult to separate, and I don't want to, let's say, get in trouble because I had a resident do something that I have no control over.
So this would be, and it's a good point. It will be a matter of discussion when we bring it back, but there is already a concept for that. Again, the policy already says shall not, but there is a provision that says, hey, if you get something, you need to endeavor to get it back on city records. So that would be preserved because you can't absolutely prohibit how other people communicate with you. Yeah. Again, that'll come back. That's not part of our current discussion. So as I understand it now, potential motion is to bring to council the 2-year retention policy for texts. City can actually implement mechanisms, for that once that action is taken to implement that with a report back to council on how that might work. But we will come back to this committee for the purposes of amendments to the existing public records policy for council to tighten it up along the lines of what Member Park has described to the extent we can.
Okay, got it. So can we have a motion?
Yeah, and I just want to state that the process public records policy states right here shall endeavor to keep communications regarding city business out of their personal accounts and shall forward any communications regarding city business that they receive in their personal accounts to their official city accounts. And that's exactly what I do. In fact, most of my communications, even personal communications, go to my city account because that's how people, see me more. It is more likely that once I've determined this is not a city issue and there's a longer discussion, I will move them to a personal account and everything starts in my city accounts. But again, we should be able to make the determination that this is personal, this is not, this is city business, and forward accordingly. And you will see, I explicitly state, this sounds like it is going to city business. I'm going to move that over to my city account, and you will see the trail. You will see the trail. You will have a record of what we discussed, and I will explicitly state this is why I'm moving it here, and then I will drop my personal account from those. I don't think it's that difficult to do, right? And again, it does require a little bit of working, but I think the city is worth it.
Okay, so
So
can we
my
have?
motion
can we
would
motion?
be
Uh-huh.
I would like to forward.
Oh, hold on. Is there any public wanna talk on this topic?
Does anyone want to raise their hand online to speak on this item? I see no hands raised.
Okay, so we can have a motion, please.
Consider and direct staff to develop possible modification to the council policy 046 regarding the city's text message retention policy for consideration and approval at the full city council. And, I would like that. Doesn't have to come with all the other things that we've discussed, but I don't think it has to be in the context of the tool. I don't think it has to be in that context, but I would want nothing. I don't want this kind of big conversation to happen again, but I want to update our retention policy so that we are more compliant with PRA.
Okay, got it. Remember, Jane?
I will second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
So motion passes 3-0. Thank you. With the other comments noted, like referrals noted.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next item is action on council policy for meeting management procedures and protocols for recommendation to the city council for its consideration and approval. City Attorney Glenn Googins.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a PowerPoint presentation that I think is being loaded now that I'm going to use to guide me in this. And first slide is background. I'm going to dive into this in a sec, but as you'll note, this is really just the recent background on this matter. You guys have been toiling with this in a variety of different ways for some time. And this issue goes back much further, including not that long ago, but a few years ago, City Council priority setting session that I think most of you here, if not all of you, participated in, where at least the order of business was agreed to, with the kind of an idea that would be a 6-month, trial period. That's essentially the practice that you've engaged in. There wasn't much to it. It was a fairly limited topic, but that was never really formalized, and implemented in any kind of formal policy. So the background here, as you know, for a number of meetings now, most recently on July 2nd, staff presented, mostly me, options to you for different meeting management procedures, included potential time limits, discussions, the extent to which discussions could occur prior to making motions, different standards of decorum, a variety of different things. Another important thrust of that was the concept of transitioning from parliamentary rules based on Robert's Rules of Order, which has been this city's practice for at least decades, to rules based upon Rosenberg's Rules of Order. And I outlined for you in one meeting the general benefits of that, at another meeting more specifically the differences between Roberts and Rosenberg's. And then ultimately at July 2nd meeting, there was a consensus and direction from the committee for staff to actually prepare city's first kind of integrated meeting management procedure. So this is a new policy. There was general consensus that you didn't want specific time limits or speaker limits on the discussions. And you also wanted, per Member Park's, suggestion, a little bit more specific reference to the ability for public presentations to be bifurcated depending upon the number of speakers, and what the circumstances were with that night's agenda, so that there could be a round, initially, and then potentially continuation of that round at the end of the meeting. Next slide. Consistent with that direction, you now have before you for your consideration this policy. Our overall approach in putting this together was, and again, it would be new City Council Policy 054. Our overall approach was to take current practices, with which you're familiar and are working, and use those in meaningful respect, reinforce and expand, those practices with a grounding in Rosenberg's Rules of Order as opposed to Robert's Rules of Order. And then, of course, by necessity, make all of that in conformance with the Charter, which dictates, unless amended, and with the Brown Act, which we're all governed by and need to comply with. So again, that's what we've done. And I'd like to review for you, next slide, please, some of the key provisions of this policy. You have a copy of the policy itself. Obviously, I would have wished you would have had longer, time to sit with it since the packet went out, yesterday morning. But I want to go through it with you, today, at least in some level of detail, and dive in where you tell me you want to dive in to the actual text. Here, definitely an important aspect of this is a transition to Rosenberg's. In general, this policy transitions the city from parliamentary rules based on Roberts to a system based on Rosenberg's Rules of Order and other best practices. I'll point out it doesn't do this wholesale, right? Rosenberg's is great and very useful and simplified, but it doesn't just say we adopt Rosenberg's Rules of Order. It's too vague, for that. There's really good elements for it. It's a good reference tool, but this policy does better than that, right? It's very explicit about the rules that you're adopting, and it talks about its relationship to Rosenberg's, which is for reference purposes and reinforcement, not necessarily for explicit adoption. And most jurisdictions, when they go to Rosenberg's, do it in a similar way. They do it in different ways, but you just can't adopt Rosenberg's by itself. It doesn't work just by itself. But just as a matter of again, comparison, again, as a reference source, it is useful. Here's Robert's, right, Rules of Order, and this is Rosenberg's Rules of Order. It's a little pamphlet. This is all of Rosenberg's. This isn't a little summary of Rosenberg's. This is Rosenberg's itself. So as a useful reference tool, just want to highlight, the difference between that. Next key provision really is, and this is, uniform throughout every meaningful meeting management protocol I've seen. The mayor remains, the presiding officer. That's in policy section A, if you're following along with the policy itself. This is consistent with the city's charter, which explicitly contemplates this. It's consistent with Rosenberg's itself, with, again, logically, the mayor, the chair, as the presiding officer, primarily responsible for managing the meeting in accordance with applicable rules. In the event that the mayor is not available to do that, those duties fall to the vice mayor. There's also now specific reference to the role of the city attorney. This is in policy section G. And the idea here is if a question arises, the mayor or the chair, more likely, but council members themselves can request clarification of the rules, from the city attorney. I don't make decisions about it. I'm not the parliamentarian themselves, but I can certainly provide guidance and support to whoever needs it as part of my, ongoing duties. And I do that now. There's also explicit reference to, and this is consistent with Roberts, it's consistent with Rosenberg's, it's consistent with best practices, the idea that the majority of an individual council person with majority support can appeal determinations made by the mayor. That's how it works now. It's now made more explicit in policy section A2 and in section E that's how that works. Next slide, please. There's also now explicit, where before it was not, basic order of consideration of agendized items. This is set forth in policy section B. And so very simply, consistent with your current practices, this order of business contemplates the item being introduced by the presiding officer. Staff provides a presentation. There's now questions from council before we go to the public. And again, emphasis on questions only, right? We're not supposed to be taking positions or making extensive statements at that point. It really is supposed to be, articulated questions. Then public testimony is taken, and we've got some more details about how that works in the rules below that I'll get to. And then the council will deliberate and take action. Again, we'll talk about that in a little bit more later. Next slide, please. This next section, policy section C, talks about rules for public comment. It talks about this both in the context of agendized items and non-agendized items, which is important. First of all, the rules are comments are supposed to be directed to the city council as a body, right? Not to the audience, not to individual council members. It's supposed to be to the council as a body. Public testimony time limits exist. It's allowed by the Brown Act. You've employed these. There's actually a whole separate policy for that, City Council Policy 029. So this policy refers to that and what those time limits are. Still, again, 3 minutes for non-agendized items, 2 minutes for agendized items. In theory, you could take this up, but that'd be a separate policy. We'll talk about maybe a comprehensive approach to some of these things at the end of this presentation. There's a provision for only, one opportunity to speak by people who are coming to present. Again, current practice, except in special circumstances, and there are a few of those. They're administered by the mayor. When you come and speak, that's your time to come and speak, on a particular item, either in public presentations or for an agendized item. There are prohibitions on disruptive or unruly behavior. And there's also special rules, again, for public presentations, not on agendized items, which include Brown Act compliant, as always, limits on council ability to take action right on those items. Generally, you can't, and you need to refer those if you want them to come back to you. And then explicitly, Member Park, of particular interest to you, a provision for the mayor presiding to bifurcate public presentations with a second round at the end of the meeting as circumstances may warrant. And it talks about those circumstances, right? A certain number of, in excess of a certain number of speakers, a significant amount of, agendized city business that still needs to be considered, in addition to the ability to limit time, for people who are speaking under public presentations. This allows, again, circumstances warranting, a bifurcation of that so that we can hear from the public to the extent we can, get to the city business, and then if there's public, interest, remaining and continuing that discussion, it would happen now at the end of the meeting. So the mayor can really already do that, but this has a very clear marker, for it to outline, how that might work. Next slide, please. There's also some pretty substantial procedures and protocols for council deliberations. If you want to following along in your policy, it's in policy section D. The provisions there include a variety of different things. It allows for additional questions after you hear from public comment from council people, if there are any. And importantly, and this has been something you've done as a matter of practice, an ability to commence deliberations without a motion or a second, right? A lot of the times it's not clear what you might particularly do. Sometimes it is, right? But other times you kind of need to talk things through. You do this now as a matter of practice. Technically, that's actually not compliant with Roberts. The way Roberts is set up, it requires a formal motion and a second, but a lot of things don't lend themselves to that. Some of them do, and you guys can manage that as you see fit, but consistent with direction of the mayor. But now there's a explicit provision for that to happen without the need for a motion and a second. There's terms in there that talk about taking turns to make sure no one monopolizes and making sure everybody has an opportunity to speak. There's provisions that say the discussions ought to be limited to the item under consideration. That's both within reasonable boundaries, a requirement of the Brown Act, right? You're not supposed to be talking about stuff that's not in front of you. And of course, a best practice, right? To keep things flowing and discussing the thing that's in front of you. There's the standard provision, you all do this now, that where there needs to be recognition from the presiding officer and comments really are made through the presiding officer in order to maintain, order, in your discourse. And then there's other protocols, which aren't procedures so much, but just things that are supposed to be done. Again, requiring to focus on the matter at hand, maintaining an open mind, prohibition on personal attacks, avoidance of repetition and interruptions. So all of that, again, these decorum concepts, which appear in different places, and you'll see later on the decorum section, we actually refer to the behavioral standards, that were adopted some time ago that apply to city council. Those would still apply to. All of that is now a little more formally described and synthesized in this one place. And again, happy to dig into these more if you have an appetite for it. Next slide, please. There's also now explicit terms for making motions and taking action, right? Remember, it used to be under Roberts. Roberts has all sorts of different things that you would never do. In theory, 13 things can be taken up at the same time, complicated rules about how those things relate to each other. Luckily, we typically don't need to get into that and why. This, borrowing from Rosenberg's and specifically incorporating some things from Rosenberg's. And I must say, I'll tip my hat to my colleagues at the City of Palo Alto. They've got some good kind of summaries of how things work up there, as well, that are consistent with our practices that I stole and tailored, and dropped in here. We now have, some more all in one place. I'm hoping user-friendly, versions of all of how this would work. It includes procedures for both main motions and secondary motions. I'll talk about that in a sec. It includes the maker's right to withdraw a motion on their own. Again, Roberts actually says once a motion is made, and certainly when a second is made, that now belongs to the general legislative body, not to that individual person. That can be awkward if the person just doesn't want to do it any longer, right? Based on deliberations that they've heard. This actually now allows through a process for a person to withdraw, their motion on their own in order to allow, things to move on. There are no formal limits on the number of times someone may speak or time limits. It does require equal treatment for people and being given opportunity to speak. It also formally includes, and I really like this because again, some of the structure and formality of things just kind of gets in the way of your ability to do things. This expressly includes a concept of friendly amendments, right? If someone makes a motion and someone has a thought about how that motion could be made better or added to, it can be done without formal voting and jockeying, back and forth. I think that's super helpful. I've seen you guys do it effectively. And so this now memorializes that as something that you can do. I don't know that there was a provision for that in Roberts. There definitely is in Rosenberg's, one of the added benefits of this. There's a process for and making clear a distinction between what's an amendment to a motion if the friendly amendment doesn't work and what's a substitute motion. So there's a better and clearer understanding of that. There's a simplified process for managing multiple motions. Again, it says only 3 on the floor at any one time, and the presiding officer deals with the last one first before you get back to the original one. Again, helpful structure so everybody knows, what the rules are to demystify that. It doesn't need to be that complicated like this. And then there's also a reference to the process for reconsideration. Rosenberg's has its own. Other jurisdictions have their own. You have your own. So rather than creating a new rule for this, ultimately, someday when we put all this together, maybe it'll all be incorporated. This actually refers to City Council Policy 042 as what the process would be for reconsideration of anything. There's also a list and an explanation of secondary motions. These are motions that don't relate to the exact matter at hand, but potentially allow individuals to interrupt and call for something different. These are listed, they're explained. Again, all in one place, just a handful of them. It should cover everything. If they don't tell me and potentially one can be added, there's personal privilege, there's tabling an item, there's continuing an item, there's calling the question, right? If a person considers, the matter to have been debated, long enough, the question can be called for efficiency's sake to allow moving on to another thing. These are all listed. Some of them just require a majority vote. Some of them require a super majority of vote. All that's explicit, in how it's now described and all in one place. Next slide, please. Again, there's also a standalone standards for decorum section. This appears a couple places because it's relevant in a couple of places. It's not elaborate, but it includes references to the existing city council behavioral standards, which have a lot, about this. Those are more elaborate. And as you may recall, based on a referral of use, those are actually under review right now, along with other kind of ethics, rules by an outside consultant. And so to the extent those get changed, updated, whatever happens with them, they either could be dropped in here or the reference here would be to the updated version of that, again, depending upon what you ultimately decide to do with that. There's also explicit provisions for the enforcement of the rules, as is standard and best practice. The presiding officer has primary responsibility for this, to manage the meeting and to make these determinations. It clearly provides that there's input from the city attorney, right, as appropriate and necessary. And the determinations are subject to appeal, by the majority of the council. So again, already existed, Robert's had it, now just here, right, all in one place so that it's more user-friendly. Finally, there's also a standalone section that refers to other relevant city council policies. I want to look at some of the more of them to see if this list is complete, and we may fine tune this if you guys direct us to proceed and may do some other language improvements and things before it ultimately gets to the city council. But this is the most meaningful list we are able to glean now. As mentioned earlier, the 029 policy on time limits and public input, council policy 030, right? An updated policy now you have for adding an item to agenda is referred to here and thought relevant, and 042, which is the reconsideration policy. And again, your ethics and rules and behavioral standards. Next slide, please. There's a couple of things that I have, if you'll notice, bracketed in the policy that you may want to talk about. There's a provision that, as you know, one of your policies, I don't think, and the clerk will correct me if I'm wrong, explicitly provided, but it is a best practice to allow people who come to speak to cede time, right, to other, people and to aggregate comments. That can make sense, right, and can be useful, but it ought to have guardrails, around it. And so this proposes some guardrails, including the limit of aggregation of time. I put in 20 minutes, right? No one should be able to aggregate beyond 20 minutes. There's no magic to that number. It just struck me as being a reasonable amount, and I've seen that done before. So there's a concept there that provides a framework for that. Or to be honest, it could just be in the discretion of the presiding officer, right? The current mayor does a good job of sizing that up, and seeing who's there and assembling, speakers. It obviously needs to be done in a consistent way. It's contemplated to happen in advance through interactions with the city clerk, as it currently happens. This captures that, in a way. And if the city clerk has some additional comments or thoughts about how that would work and whether it needs more detail or not, we can certainly add that. But I just wanted to highlight that for you as something that could be taken up. In addition, and Member Park will be interested, in this, it actually talks about the number of public speakers that might be queued up as a trigger point for whether or not we might go to a first round at public presentations and a second round, at the end of the meeting. This currently says 10 speakers. Should we be picking a number? Should it just be left in the discretion, of the mayor? Interested in, obviously, the presiding officer's, thought on that, because a certain amount of mayoral discretion in this instance is useful as opposed to a hard rule and standard. And so interested in your thoughts on that. I reintroduced the concept of time guidelines for city council members or rounds of, input. The consensus from the group, and this policy is drafted this way, other than a suggestion in one case after a motion is made in a second that usually there's one round, right, of commentary before you vote. It doesn't limit it to that. It just says typically, there's one round of commentary. Do you want to talk about maybe having that? Again, there's pros and cons of that. We've noticed in our benchmarking that other jurisdictions actually do, have time limits. Again, I could argue both sides of it. I'm just re-tendering that to you if it's something you want to continue with as it's drafted, or maybe find a way to introduce some form of soft limit. And then finally, another kind of matter potentially for your discussion is, should these rules apply to boards and commissions? As it's currently drafted, it says yes. It really does make sense to have consistency, with how, in different legislative bodies, whether they're making decisions or whether they're making recommendations, to have good standard, rules of order. These are good standard rules of order. We might need to look at how the different boards and commissions operate a little bit in case it needs to be tailored, to one or the other. But as a general premise, This applies it to boards and commissions. The group over here may have different thoughts about that and their dealings with boards and commissions and awareness of other policies and their performing their functions as liaisons. But right now, the policy says yes, right? That this in fact would be something that would apply to boards and commissions as well. Next slide. Finally, I'll conclude with next steps. You know, this is in front of you. I know with not a lot of time maybe to review it, but at least to discuss the draft policy and consider any proposed modifications that you might want to have incorporated. If you need another round of it, we can certainly try to schedule that in front of you again. If you think it's ready with either as presented or with some modifications that we could do now between, you know, when this might be brought in front of the council, that can happen as well. And so obviously interested in any questions that you've got and the parameters for that. I do put a note here where, as all of us were looking at this, we think this is a really good, helpful first kind of swing of the bat, right? To get a lot of this stuff assembled all in one place and have everybody working off the same, you know, set of standards. But in both our consideration of it and a lot of our benchmarking and looking at other jurisdictions, a lot of places have much more comprehensive policies that take all these different disparate policies and even other things and put them into comprehensive handbook, right, of city council policies. As you know, may recall, and as we're now putting together when we actually onboard, you know, new council people, they get a packet that has a bunch of different stuff in it, right? Culled from different areas that's all good stuff, but it's not as much all in one place, you know, as it could be. And so as not in front of you today, excuse my excitement about this because I like stuff like this, the idea that you might, you know, direct us at some point to come back with, you know, an even grander version, you know, of this is something that my office would certainly be, you know, supportive of. And city manager looking at me like I'm crazy. Maybe some people, some members of his city manager's office are supportive. I know you went through this process yourself. And we again, to the extent all the rules are in one place, right? That they're user friendly and everyone can look at them. That's only, you know, an improvement on what we've got now. And you're hardly uniquely situated with having rules all over the place and being developed over time with different emphases and interests. We think this is one very good thing, you know, for you to consider, but certainly more work, you know, to be done here. If you have an appetite for it, I certainly do. So I'll stop and refer this over to city manager for any additional or hopefully not contrary comments he might have, and we're ready to respond to your questions.
Sure, thank you. Certainly not contrary, just Glenn's excitement has us calling it the Guggenberg's rules. But just wanted to reiterate the collapsing all of these into one comprehensive city council policies and procedures handbook and just uplift that idea. Certainly, I think a best practice, and Glenn alluded to it in a prior jurisdiction. I worked with the city council to collapse all of their policies into one comprehensive document. I really do think that would be helpful here. There are a number of cities with great examples, and just with all of your individual council policies, we have a great start. But once we collapse them into one document, there'll certainly be revisions and then great things that we would like to steal from other agencies. And so certainly at the right time would, I think both the city attorney's office and city manager's office would be highly supportive of that approach. Thank you.
Thank you, city attorney and city manager. Yeah, it's a comprehensive policy for committee members.
I have some. Kevin, you want to go first?
No, I'm still writing, but I'm welcome to go. Okay, so my first question with Rosenberg's is, like, I like the simplification. I actually read through this packet and this packet, which was provided by our staff very nicely, which has the Robert Rules cheat sheet and the actually the rules. And I realized that if people just had the cheat sheet, that would actually simplify a lot of what happened on council. I think that one of the reasons that we don't have people following the rules is the rules aren't easy to see, and they were never explained. I've actually acted as parliamentarian for several other organizations, and so I've looked at them at least twice. But more importantly, whenever things come up in trainings, I try to go to them. And whenever I think about rules, I realize that rules are not there for rule's sake. Like there's a reason why the rules are there. And oftentimes the reasons are obvious. Like this is why, you cannot go barefoot. Things like that, rules like that. But when I think about rules, I think about what kind of interaction are we trying to promote? Whether it's the group, it's the organization, how is that being represented? How is this open for other people to interact with the group? What kinds of interactions are we wanting to get? As we talked about before, if people want to do bad things, they're going to do bad things. And what we're trying to do is trying to give people as much latitude as possible and try to not prevent in advance, but stop bad things as they're happening, because there isn't a way to prevent bad things from happening if we're trying to be open. I mean, that's one of the issues that people have. People love free speech until they hear something they don't like. And the problem is that free speech protects that too. I don't really care which rules we follow as long as we have a rule set that we fall back on. Like we say, this is what the rules say. What's far worse to me is we don't know what we should do because, well, it's not clear. In the case of Roberts versus Rosenberg, again, Rosenberg has a lot of things I like, but so does Roberts. I think one of the complaints is Roberts is a little bit more complicated. And I think that for a larger city, maybe like San Jose, which uses Roberts, maybe that's more appropriate. For something that maybe we'd like to have more of a small town feel, maybe something like Rosenberg's is more appropriate. What I'd like to do is I'd like to adopt one fully. In the tech world, we have something called Scrum, but we don't really have Scrum. We have something called Scrum, but it's Scrum, but we do this instead. It's, Agile, and we do this, and those exceptions really make it difficult for people who are familiar with the actual rules, who are, have certifications, to work with an organization because their instincts fall back on what the actual rules are. And they have to remember, oh yes, but here's the exception. So that's the first thing that I'd like to consider, which is I don't like when rule sets look like something, but actually aren't, because there's all these provisos that say, well, this is what we do instead. If there's rules on top of that, I kind of like that, but I don't like replacements. In some cases, it's really difficult to not have replacements when you're trying to simplify. I hear things about turns and rounds of discussion, but I mean, even in the statement that's read before every meeting, we talk about robust discussion. And even though efficiency, and I keep saying this, democracy is not efficient. Democracy is about trying to give as many people voice as possible. And that in itself is not going to be as efficient as some people would like, right? But we must ensure that people, especially the minority, especially the ones that we don't like to hear, we don't hear as much, have a voice. So efficiency is desired, even promoted, but not at the expense of robust discussion, right? I'm not talking about repetition, but discussion, fact-finding to reach a conclusion. And with rounds or limited number of times to speak, I find myself on council having to second guess what I think possible staff responses could be so I can ask the next round of questions in advance of hearing their answer. And that's ridiculous because there's no way I can second guess all the possibilities. The reason I'm asking questions is so I can get some information so that my next question will be a little bit more relevant or lead me down a different path. And saying that, well, you've got 2 rounds and that's it. You've got 3 rounds doesn't make any sense to me. And having to wait for an answer, like I have to ask 5 questions all at once and then wait for this, that doesn't make any sense to me either. Because my 3rd question actually is predicated on the response I get from my 2nd answer, right? And then if I could get the answer to some questions in advance, I could eliminate some of the questions that I have, or I may have additional and different questions. And the inability to do this easily on council is the worst thing about robust discussion, being removed from council. And it misses any responses that staff gives us that we never even considered because we don't know. That's the reason we're asking questions. We're trying to find information that we don't know, and we're being prevented from doing this because we have rounds of questions and we have to wait for all the answers at the end. Right. And when we get all the answers at the end, I have no time to think about what I just heard before they ask any other questions, or maybe the rounds of questions are done. Right. A bigger problem that I have is the chair should not abuse their position, right? Not to provide commentary, which is, it's Councilmember 1 has their turn, now the chair has their turn. Councilmember 2 has their turn, now the chair has their turn. Councilmember 3 has their turn, now the chair has their turn. These kinds of things should not be allowed. I made a comment recently where the role of the chair is to facilitate the meeting. The role of the chair is not to provide commentary, right? It's supposed to be fair. The chair may have a bias, inherent bias, but that bias should not come out in the running of the meeting. I've felt sometimes that the chair prevents other members from speaking. And again, this would be obviated if we didn't have any rules about, well, you've got this many times to speak. It should be about robust discussion. In my head, I can't really find it, but I have this idea that if a member is called out by a comment, then that member that was called out has an opportunity to rebut or to speak. I don't know where that is, but these kinds of things need to be in there because otherwise it leaves people open to spurious attacks. And again, if the chair is not going to chair this, if the chair is biased on the side of those attacks, we don't get a fair process. Again, problem with motions, if we had a sheet like this, then it would be easier. It would be easier, but I've had motions for calling the question ignored. And at that point, what do you do? Right? I think that when council members make a motion that's not understood or acknowledged or by the chair, sometimes we'll get the city attorney speaking up and saying, well, let me explain what that is. But I believe that somebody with the knowledge of the rules should have that kind of role, even when the chair is making motions or the chair is stating process. Meaning if every single time a council member has to step in and say, well, that should not be allowed, and that council member has to wait for acknowledgement from the chair to do that, that's not a great process, right? I understand that it should not be the role of city attorney or city manager or city staff to do this, but at some point, we are at a distinct disadvantage if the chair is not following the rules. This is a big problem. And again, it seems to be that when the council members speak out of turn, we will get some input, but not the chair. And again, I'm one of the people that people say, you speak very long. I'm speaking long right now. And one of the reasons that this happens is I am trying to save my comments for the appropriate time to speak, or when I feel I'm ready to speak. And that takes me a little bit longer because I'm not as smart as some of the other people on council. But the big issue is, I don't know if I'll be given another chance to speak after I've given my input. And I think that a lot of my long comments could have been shortened. The time could have been saved if we're able to ask a question, get an answer in advance. So I don't have the additional seven questions that I have not knowing the answer. So I'm in favor of cutting down repetition. I'm in favor of, let's limit the time, whether it should be 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 5 minutes, shouldn't be 5 minutes. And even if it is 5 minutes, I don't think there should be anything that prevents a person, a council member, from wanting or needing to speak again. Nothing should prevent that. Again, every meeting we start with for the purpose of robust discussion, and I just shake my head every single time I feel robust discussion has been sacrificed for efficiency or by bad meeting management, right? And I would really like to go through the Roberts rules with the cheat sheet. I mean, I feel that maybe we should have a city event where everyone can come to a meeting, a fake meeting. We'll have commission meetings and we'll try what the rules look like under Roberts rules with this cheat sheet, with some input, and then try what it would be like under Rosenberg, and then try what it would look like with the other council policies, the other city policies, in place. But it's really difficult for me just to look at this, see the recommendations for some of the changes that are in place, and get a good idea of how it will be. Because when I read what happens in other cities, I see inconsistency even amongst the cities that adopt the same rule set. And I don't know if that's because of policy, because of how interpretation, or because of other things. And these are the things that I'm concerned about by just adopting rules, meaning I would like to move it to something a little bit simpler. I think that the issues of enforcement are more important in some ways than the rules, because we have rules, and the rules do cover all the things that we have. But the problems that we're having have nothing to do with we lack a rule for that. It has a lot to do with, well, this is the way the meeting's being managed. So I'm all for simplification, but I'm all for getting onto a rule set that is understood by people, not making it so different that people who understand the rule set that come to the city now have to relearn or learn a lot of differences. But more importantly, I want to know how this is going to affect the flow of meetings. I don't think we should give a number on how many people in the public input constitutes needing to bifurcate the meeting. I think that maybe the chair does have even our current chair has a very good idea of how long inputs are going to be. I mean, there's so many things here that there's a lot of comments. Nothing against Rosenberg. A lot of comments about all the other things that we're going to be putting here. I don't like turns or rounds for asking questions. I don't like limiting time, as long as we do other things, such as we limit repetition and we, limit off-topic discussions. I think that's more important to me than simply saying, if somebody wants to talk 15 minutes on something very important because they have to give background and they have to explain, they have to go through the options, they have to refer to something else, I have no problem hearing that. But if it's superfluous input, if it's repetitive, that's what I have problems with. Thank you.
Yeah, it seems like we have Robert's rules, but we don't follow Robert's rules. I mean, we have friendly amendments. We have discussion before motions. So I really like Rosenberg's. I'm all in favor of adopting Rosenberg's. Some things that I think we tried this pilot of rounds of questions, and originally it was going to be 3 questions per council member, only 1 round. We have that as sort of our de facto policy because we never changed the pilot. I don't like 1 round. I don't like 3 questions. It's actually, I've gotten so much in the habit of firing off a bunch of questions that the VTA people are getting annoyed because that's what I do to them. And they're so used to having 1 question, answer it, 1 question, answer it. So I kind of want to hear from staff whether it is complicated to take, potentially 21 questions and having to sort them all out and having to respond to them. I kind of want to hear from staff how that is. And then I like the idea of bifurcating meetings. VTA does it. And sometimes you have very contentious topics that come up. And you have lots of people that come to the council meeting. But we still have to get the business done. And the business of the city should be done when we're not bleary-eyed and tired and all of that. So I kind of like the idea of maybe setting a limit of, say, 20 minutes with discretion of the presiding officer to extend that, to double that, and then bifurcate it to later. And then I also I like the idea of giving time because it is difficult to get a message out in, say, a minute if there's a lot of people there. But I do want to hear from the city clerk how complicated that is to try to assemble all those people into having to give time and whether they're online or in person. So those are my comments. And again, I fired off a bunch.
Thank you. You want to take a break or you want to take food as we go?
I'm up to you, Chair, and your discretion. I'm ready to respond to a number of the comments made now if you want to keep.
Why don't you respond then?
Okay, and then maybe we can take a break. Yeah, but Member Park, appreciate your comments. I agree that there is value in having a cheat sheet. And once we get our rules settled, we can probably create a cheat sheet, based on this. And so I have to agree with you on that. You've touched on a challenge I had, and a couple of you have touched on this, with trying to create a set of rules that make sense. And you suggested I'd rather adopt one set or the other. And I don't know that it's as simple as that. And I think it's better doing it the way we did it, to be honest. Roberts is there's so much that's not relevant here. Adopting this just adopts a bunch of kind of redundant and confusing things. I get the value of synthesizing it down to a cheat sheet, but I don't think that's helpful. And the best way, the most efficient way of going about doing it. Nor do I think, and if you'll notice, I said, and I want to emphasize, can we just adopt Rosenberg's? Rosenberg, there's a lot of commentary, in here. There's stuff in here that's not necessarily relevant. You kind of have to tease the rules out a little bit. There's stuff that's not consistent with what our, current practices are. And so really what I tried to do in creating this policy, and it can be improved, certainly, is to recognize the things that you're doing now and that are working. Look to the system for actions, that's developed in Rosenberg's and extract that, and to the extent consistent with your rules, drop that in here, and then say, look, if you want to refer to something that's not covered by this, use Rosenberg's as a reference material. And so I think I struck the balance right. Obviously, balances can be struck different ways, but really, I would rather have you have, and this is what most jurisdictions do, that I think are doing it right, is you create your own rules. People aren't familiar enough with Roberts to go, oh yeah, I'm going to do Roberts. Most people don't know Roberts really, or when they apply it, they don't apply it right. So to say Roberts, is a gold standard, it really has been for a long time, but people kind of use it in different ways, and they adapt it. Rosenberg's, again, the same thing. Palo Alto, for example, is Rosenberg's based, but they don't adopt Rosenberg's. And I'm not seeing people that do adopt it. They just go, hey, look, this is simpler. This is more straightforward. It's more related to government agencies. I'm going to use their way of describing what the framework for making motions, framework and identity of what secondary motions would be, the way you manage that when there's multiple motions on the table. That's really, for me, kind of the strength, of Rosenberg's. And so that is taken and substantially dropped in here with some modifications, because again, we're doing it a little differently. So I think every city deserves a custom set of rules that are based on, that are things people are familiar with, that are tailored to how things have been working. And, to use a spiritual or referential, guide, that makes sense in the breach, right? If you don't have a specific rule. I think, so that's what I thought as a matter of policy making with it. Can this be, and this is pretty I tried to make it organized, right, and simple and accessible and all in one place. Can we produce a cheat sheet on this? 100% we could, so that everyone could have a cheat sheet version of this that really gets kind of rubber meets the road. Hey, how do I make, what are the motions that I can make? What's the vote required, for the different ones? I think that's totally obtainable. And again, once these settle, I would work with city clerk and city manager's office and certainly develop that so that people can have that. Because I think knowing what the rules are and everybody knowing what the rules are in the same way and having them be as straightforward as possible is the best way to do it. You've expressed concerns about rounds and time limits and things, and I heard you from that and from others, even though you were all kind of balancing it and going, well, maybe it would be helpful, in this instance and not helpful in others. I heard the consensus and takeaway that you didn't want time limits and you didn't want round limits. This does not have any of that. So you would be entitled to speak, as often as you need to speak, with obviously presiding officer potentially having some oversight of that, consistent with rules that you indicated that you like. I think that are useful, right? Like repetition, right? Or irrelevance or personal attack. Those are things that that in most jurisdictions, and I would say many more than most, the presiding officer has the responsible, of overseeing. So this doesn't include limits on number of times people speak, or impose any different time limits. And so I think you'll like it, in that regard. There is the point you were talking about where someone's one of the things you can do to interrupt, the flow that you were talking about with respect to an individual person is a point of personal privilege. If someone has done something to violate a rule or to insult, someone, that person can be interrupted under these rules by making a point of personal privilege. Again, run through the presiding officer with the ability of a majority to appeal that the presiding officer's determination, in that regard. But that's built in here too, explicitly, as one of the so-called secondary motions, that any individual person can avail themselves of in order to, in effect, get the microphone and make a comment. So how all that works, is in here and described in greater detail, but there is provision for that. And I think when you talk about the, potential abuses, what I just talked about is the mechanism for that. There, a point of order can be made, an appeal to the chair's determination on something, can be made by somebody, and your brothers and sisters, on the council will second that and potentially overrule a determination that's made by the presiding officer. That's already built into Roberts in a, where do you find it and what are the, it's a little tricky, but it's all boiled down here in a way that, again, is intended to be accessible, and useful to use. So I think it does have, Member Park, a lot of the stuff that it doesn't have a lot of the things you don't want it to have, or really any of them, as I've seen identified, and it has some useful, I'm hoping, user-friendly mechanisms, built in to manage, those conversations. To Member Jane's comments, I just wanted to emphasize too, again, we're not adopting Rosenberg's, per se here. You are adopting this policy, which talks about its connection with Rosenberg's and uses Rosenberg's as a referential tool. But it says, in the event of any inconsistency between these meeting policies and Rosenberg's, these policies govern. So I want to have that be very clear. This is Rosenberg's based. It is not Rosenberg. And we didn't adopt Rosenberg's wholesale for the reasons why I described. There's a bunch of stuff in there that isn't really policy and procedure related. It's narrative. Some of the policies and procedures aren't exactly in the boiled down version. They are here. And again, this is intended to be familiar to everyone. This isn't even though we're going from Roberts to Rosenberg's, it's not this revolution of, oh my God, we're doing this whole different thing. It really is designed to put things that you're familiar with that are viewed as best practices all in one place in a user-friendly way. So the rules of the road are consistent. I think those were that was the main comment in response to that. So I think city manager had a couple things to say as well.
Thank you, Glenn. Just want to make a few comments with regard to the manner in which the city council takes questions. As the committee knows right now, the primary method is after the staff presentation, the council asks questions together all at one time, and then staff will respond to those all at once. And after that, there may be another round. Actually, in thinking about it right now, sometimes we don't do another round of questions, but after that first round of questions and staff's initial response, we take individual one-off questions after that. So we sort of have a hybrid approach, and I think we adjust based on the item and the presiding officer's discretion. It was asked, does staff have a preference? Couple comments on that. One, I think staff can do either way. I still keep saying that I'm a little new, but it's been a year and a half, and staff will know when I first started and I saw how we take Q&A, my initial response, well, wow, that's a little unique and something I wasn't accustomed to. I will say, having lived with our current practice for a year and a half now and having talked to staff, it has some benefits from a staff perspective. And I want to articulate a couple of those, but I do want to say, as I said before, we can support the council's Q&A any way the council desires. A few benefits. One, we, after providing a presentation, hear comment from, if not all, many council members. That gives us a time to sort of reflect as you're asking the questions. We oftentimes hear redundant questions, but more often we hear related questions. And so we're pooling our answer to address related questions. And oftentimes council members may ask a question in a different way, but the answer is the same or they're really related. And so I think that's beneficial from the staff perspective. Two, I know not all council members see it this way, but from a time perspective, it does provide efficiencies in time than going individual question, individual response, individual question, individual response. I think there's a flow to individuals asking the questions. And thinking back, and I think if you think back on, we are often asked, hey, does staff need some time to take a break and prepare? Most of the time, I would say more often than not, we're ready. And I think that's a testament to the staff work and staff's preparation. I think it's also reflective of the process, right? We're hearing questions, we're jotting them down. And it's, I would say, infrequent that we need to take a break to coalesce. And again, as I said before, I think our more normal practice is that there's one round of questions from all council members, answers from staff. And then after that, we go on a more individual basis, really just closing loopholes or gaps or additional secondary questions. I would also say, as we've discussed, there's certainly a process now and in the future where if there's a desire not to do that, a majority of the council can, or any council member could ask to do it differently, and council can take a vote and override the presiding officer if needed. And so I think that there's a built-in mechanism to take individual questions if needed. I will also say, I think the current process from a staff perspective works. And it is, I would say there are times where it doesn't work when clearly it's a controversial topic and we need to go down deeper. And just sitting there supporting you, I would say that more often than not, I think it's an okay practice. But there are times where clearly there's frustrations and council members would like a different practice. And so in saying that, you don't have to choose one or the other. You could really keep a hybrid approach and know that the majority of council has the ability to ask for it to be individual.
I had a question for Nora about aggregating time.
Thank you, committee member, and I appreciate the question. It is challenging when we do have those meetings where there are contentious items and we have a full house. However, your assistant city clerk is here to serve at the pleasure of the council, and we are here as well to serve the public. So with that being said, we have managed it and we appreciate council's patience. However, I'm here to do what the council would like to do.
I think I was asking more, is there something we could do to make it easier to aggregate time, especially when you have people online, you have this whole list of people and you can't talk to them. If you have a bunch of people here, they all get together and they say, I'm giving my time to this person and all of that. But is there a better system we can adopt to make it easier?
I think that's just where the flexibility comes in of the council and the presiding chair. Sometimes folks know they're coming ahead of time and they do make me aware of it. And I have a list of folks and so it's prepared ahead of time. So that's very helpful rather than when they just come in all at once and they're throwing these cards at me and, oh, this person and that person. So perhaps maybe we add that if there is that desire to cede time and have a group like that, that it's done prior to the beginning of a meeting or something. I don't know. I would have to.
I would reiterate that seating it at the beginning of that discussion is helpful, or if, when someone puts in their comment card, they at that time let staff know that their time has been ceded by others. I have seen where items are very contentious. They can really be elongated because during the public comment period, the list gets longer and longer and longer. You may have to reduce the public comment time just to get the business done. And so if we know ahead of time, that could also help the council and the presiding officer say, we have this many speakers, X amount of time has been ceded. Let's reduce public comment to a shorter amount of time and then have the balance at the end of the meeting.
Okay, so let's do one thing. Take public comments if somebody is there right now, and after that, we'll take a break for the lunch.
Did anyone online would like to raise their hand to speak on this item? I do not see any hands raised.
Okay, good. Okay, so we can take 10 minutes break. 15? 15? Okay, take a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 46. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So we are back, and I do have some comments on the topic we were talking about. I know, City Manager, you did mention about questioning and how staff will handle that. I think the hybrid model, because what I think is when we have a first round of collective questions, all the questions come to the staff. After that, let's say the staff is answering my questions. And if I have an interactive session during that time, because if somebody is answering my question and I have a counter question, follow-up question, that would be to me, that will be the ideal situation so that I can ask my counter question during that period only. Because staff usually take up questions as per the council members' initial questioning session, basically. So that would be and I'm open to committee members, how they want to phrase that or how they want to process that, basically. But that would be my suggestion at that time to make that session a little bit more interactive, basically. As regards the Rosenberg versus Roberts rule, and I think the city attorney rightly mentioned that this policy, the 8-page policy we have compiled, is more important than what we follow as a base, basically. And this is more elaborate. I appreciate that this is pretty extensively elaborate policy as such, and not that this is written in stone. Maybe we have future changes to it, but initially draft looks pretty good to me. Those are my comments, and and one other suggestion is once we finalize this thing, I would suggest that city attorney hold a session for the council as a body, rather maybe commissions or all other commission if we are trying to implement the same thing with them also, just to make an interactive session so that we can have a study session or interactive session to highlight the main points for the full council, basically,
Sure.
down the line.
And should the committee approve it and it go to the city council, I think the effective date should be early 2025. After council orientation, we can provide new council members, any new council members with an orientation of the new rules, and then have that training session and then have a clean break point from the old rules to the new.
To the new rule. Yeah, thank you. And with that, I'll open to my colleagues if you have any follow-up questions or comments. Please.
So I heard some of the comments back. And again, it's not about what works or could work or is more efficient. It really is about how do people have robust discussion. I heard that, point of robust discussion is to reach a good conclusion. It's not to reach an optimal decision point at a given number of questions or a given amount of time. It's to reach a good conclusion. And reaching a good conclusion is not always easy. There has been information that was presented at the end, near the end of a discussion period that I found very useful. I can name several times where this has happened. In fact, I just did a search on point of order to see the times where I have raised a point of order. And again, I'll even tell you when those points of order were ignored. So having rules is not sufficient when there is no enforcement of those rules. The statement is the only thing worse than rules without enforcement is enforcement with no rules. And I think that there's a procedural bias. When I hear that, we are able to answer a lot of related questions together. Well, one of the reasons that those related questions occur in the first place is because we didn't get answers to the original question. I think that, we need to look at why things are related, not just the fact that they were related. I think that getting an answer to somebody else's question helps me in my thinking as well. But oftentimes I find myself trying to think about what other possibilities there are because I don't know what the answer to a question that was asked that was asked previously. And in those cases, I don't even think it would take longer. But even if it does take longer, the point again is robust discussion to reach good conclusions. I did have a question about people who contribute time, but I know that we state the names of the people that contribute time, and I know that they have to be present or they have to be online, but I know that there are people that come in expressly just to give their time, or maybe they're, somebody that's online, people have asked around, will you give me time to do that? But what if that time was given by a lobbyist or a special interest group? Do we track the people? Do we have a list? Do we actually write down the list of people who have contributed time? Because even though the fact that a person contributed time, maybe their lobbying is not evident in the input that's given, but it would be interesting to track simply from the purpose of who's giving time to someone. The fact that a certain type of organization is giving time, people from organizations are giving time to others to speak, does show a little bit more information than just it was a regular person. I don't know that we Yeah, I know that we note that people have given time, but I don't know that we actually write that down and track it so that we can find out, you know, who those people were.
So in the minutes, we'll put the name of the person who spoke and those that gave their time. I've not tracked if it's lobbyist or not. However, when there are folks that are lobbyists, and as I read at the beginning of the meeting, we do ask them to identify themselves, which they have for the most part, and we do have a list. Sometimes if I recognize a name, but I've not had to call out and say, please identify yourself.
Okay, and that's it, which is I'm generally supportive of having a, you know, a collated, something that gathers all the rules together, something that we can look at in one place, having study sessions afterwards, and something that simplifies the process. But I'm also not against the current process as long as we've gone over it and we have people educated, trained on what the processes are. Bigger concern again is that even if we have these policies, if we have to police ourselves, you know, it often gets very political. It would be nice to have an external, it would be nice to, but I understand that's not necessarily the role of city manager and city attorney. But again, I think that lack is kind of missing. I mean, prior to the city attorney coming, we had a previous city attorney that would step in all the time to tell us what should be done, could be done, needed to be done. And you know, even if that was, I mean, it was helpful to the process. Don't know that anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Committee Member Jain. Yeah. So if I can recap, I think the practically committee as such is agreeing to what to put forward over here, basically, with some tweaks like how the procedural part of the question and answer session and all that thing is going on. And I'm glad there are no time limits on any council members or for robust discussion, basically. So if staff noted anything what we discussed today, item need to be brought forward back to council, back to committee, basically, unless this committee decide that this is good enough to be forwarded to council or may need some tweaks. Committee to put forward to the council, not to.
Yeah, I think it's fine to bring forward to the council.
Member Park. Good?
I'm good.
Okay. So why don't we say that, put forward, make a motion to bring this forward to the council for approval, basically.
I'll make a motion for staff's recommendation.
I will second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-0. You don't need to.
Very good. Not to try to steal whatever that is, victory from the jaws of defeat. I always get that wrong. Just a couple of clarifications on that. And a couple of things I think I need to fill in for this. One thing I noticed in preparation of this, I don't think I provided, if the presiding officer isn't available, it goes to the vice mayor. What if the vice mayor is not available either? What happens then? And city clerk, is it the next ranking or the vice mayor in waiting who would be the presiding officer? I guess I want to plug that gap.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to go all the way down the row, but I guess the version that ultimately goes to council will answer that question, because I do think that should be answered. I don't necessarily have an answer for you now, unless the city clerk does.
So if mayor is absent, then vice chair, and vice chair is absent, then it's seniority. That's what the practice.
Based on how, and we'll talk about how seniority is determined. So I currently doesn't say that. I'll build that in. Is there a thought about, because right now the way it does not have a question process elaborated on, other than in two ways. One, questions happen after staff presentation, right? Questions of staff. And then it also explicitly provides for, because I know people are sensitive to that and are looking for that, a provision for when deliberations commence, commencement of deliberations can include additional questions from council. Again, that's already your current practice, but I wanted to make sure that there was, a placekeeper for that. If are we proposing anything different, from that? Or is this going to be something, again, in the discretion of the presiding officer, whoever that might be, at the time? Because my experience, mayor does in a particular way. City manager described the value of that to staff and how that works. Currently, when member Becker has presided, at least in the past, he approaches it differently, right? So I wasn't sure I heard a consensus for necessarily changing that. But if there was, I would need to draft something more because currently the policy is silent on that.
Okay, go ahead.
So,
Yeah, so, right. It's discretion to the presiding officer as to how to manage it. Yeah.
My experience is that when we started this pilot policy of rounds of questions, there was just one round. And there was a lot of opposition to that. What we've evolved to is something that it seems to work. It's where there's the one round and then there's follow-up questions.
Yep. Very good.
At first, we didn't have the follow-up questions.
Very good. So I'm hearing it works the way it does. And again, this makes it clear that there's questions after staff presentation, but that doesn't end questions.
And the question.
Questions can come up later, and it sounds like it's being managed better.
And on top of that, what I mentioned a few minutes back was when the questions are being answered for a particular council member, it can be a little bit more interactive session.
Yeah.
So that counter question, follow-up questions can be asked at the same time.
And that really is how it's working now. It's
Right,
how
yeah.
mayors,
Just if you want to
presiding.
memorialize this,
Yeah.
then we want to put that thing.
Yeah, very good. The other couple of things I wanted to
Oh,
reflect.
committee member
Oh, sure.
Ark has that
Sure,
question.
go ahead.
I was going to say that is not how it works, meaning that when we say rounds of questions, that is not the interactive questions and answers, meaning I would prefer very much that when a question is asked, that question is answered at that time. But when we're told, hold off on answers until all the questions are asked, that is not the robust discussion. That is not the interactive questioning. That is not how I would like to ask questions. I understand people are saying it's working. Well, it's working because the meeting does not stop. But it turns out if you ask what the preference would be, that is not my preference. I want to note that when council passed that policy way back in 2021, I was the only member absent that meeting. And there is no way that I would have promoted a policy like that. Again, having rounds of questions, having to hold off on answers until even after I have to ask all my questions in advance, even a single council member, that is not a good process for getting information. If I have to wait for all the council's members to ask their questions, even worse. So when I hear that it's working, when I hear that that's the process that we have in place, when I hear that, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I will not support something like that.
So, committee member Park, what I suggested was we can have one questions by all the council member at one time. But after that, when the question, let's say your questions are being answered, I'm making that session should be more interactive. Yeah.
Understood. And I heard that, but what I just heard
No.
in the
I think they noted that.
in the exchange preceding my input was not that.
So city manager and city attorney, did you note that like the session when the questions are being answered for a particular council member, that can be interactive, basically?
Meaning if a council member wants to ask all their questions and wait for a staff response at the end, that's to their discretion. But if a council member wants answers to a specific question before they continue, that should be allowed as well.
So backing up before we go forward, the draft policy before you provides discretion to the presiding officer. Understand that there was a pilot program that was put in place that has sunset that provided for one round of questions and then one round of answers. Also, as we've discussed, we're really operating in a hybrid fashion where there's often one round of questions, one round of answers, and then follow-up questions after that. That sometimes there are many follow-up questions, sometimes there are few, but if if my memory is serving me correct, and first time I said it, I heard nods. I think that second round of questions is more often than not more individual based and not everyone asks secondary questions, another round of collective secondary answers. What I hear Chair Jahal advocating for is one round of council questions altogether, with staff providing responses from that first round. But should there be follow-up questions during the staff's response, that those follow-up questions would be entertained at that time, not in a secondary round. So okay, I have that correctly. Again, I think staff can support it any manner. If the committee would like to direct staff to draft that into the rules, we certainly can do that. You can certainly leave the rules as they state now, which provide the presiding officer with the ability to set the process for Q&A, which the rules also have the ability for for a council member to ask for a different process, and a majority of council, if they support that, can vote. So we're able to support everything. I will say, just taking a bit of an aside, earlier I listed the benefits to staff that I think staff has experienced through the current process. There's one more that I didn't mention, which I think from a staff perspective is really important, which is at times if a item is contentious or a council member feels very passionate about an item, having a question and answer process where it's question answers from staff can give the appearance of sort of a back and forth, if not a debate between a council member and the staff. And sometimes it can get fairly contentious because there are, impassioned views expressed from a council member. And so the process of having a collective round of questions and a collective round of answers actually nullifies that a little bit. And allows the council member to ask the question and then staff to provide responses where there's not, which can seem as sort of an acrimonious back and forth if the council member is not either satisfied with the answer or wants to re-articulate their perspective. We can certainly support any manner of Q&A, but I did want to provide that because I have experienced it, and I haven't had staff note that the collective response actually provides for a more, I would say, it takes away the back and forth between a council member and staff.
So again, I hear that. And I hear that, well, if council members are passionate or if the item is contentious, it sounds more like a debate. That's exactly what the forum was supposed to be. I mean, it's not just contentious for council members. Sometimes it's the public that feels very strongly about something. And as a result, council members are passionate or not as passionate. And again, we have rules to manage that as well. I mean, having respect. Those are all in play. Those are supposed to be in play. I feel like we're trying to put so many workarounds. We're trying to reduce the type of input that we can get to nullify the things that should be significant for a public meeting. And again, I don't agree with that at all. From a public perspective, debate is the thing that we are trying to have here. Now, I understand you don't want it to look like an argument, but unfortunately, debates, if we're not managing the tone, if we're not managing the tenor, if we're not being respectful, that's what they look at. And instead of trying to manage the debate, we should be managing the tone, the tenor, the types of input that we get. But we should not be reducing or, by rounds or trying to manage that. away. That's a big problem I have with this city. This city, we have, in my term here, reduced a lot of methods for input because we want people to be respectful. And if we want to be respectful, then we should address that issue. We're always addressing A when we're trying to achieve B. And I think that if we're trying to achieve B, we should address B directly. I mean, the questions of rounds are fine. Like I understand in our policy, it says, one question, people can ask questions, and rather than a person ask multiple times, we'll go to the other members in turn until everyone has spoken. I mean, that's the preference. And then we can go back to the council members that have additional questions. I don't mind that we talk about rounds, but I do want to ask about when do we get the answers? Meaning I don't want to have to wait until all of my questions are asked before I get an answer, because I may have questions that are dependent upon the answers of the questions that I've asked before. I don't want to have to wait. Okay. Understood. I don't want to have to wait for all the council members to ask their questions before I get the answers to my questions answered. And we've talked about this so many times about things that are open for interpretation, things that are up. I don't want a draft policy that gives discretion to someone when the item that we're talking about is public input. Public input shouldn't be to the discretion of anyone. It should be you are allowed to give public input, and that public input should be subject to all of the rules, the code of conduct, should be all of those things. But when you leave up, do we want to ask all the questions at once, answer the questions after all the questions are asked? That shouldn't be up for discretion. That should be something that is, you can state your preference of how you want the answers given, because you may have additional questions, you may have follow-up discussion, you may have debate based on the answers that you're given. And to remove that possibility from council deliberations, council questions, nullifies the point of the council. The council meetings are specifically for robust discussion to reach good conclusions based on information that should be provided at the time it's necessary.
Just a really quick, Committee Member Park, I don't disagree with much of what you said. There is just
what do you disagree with?
I'm going there because I think the primary difference and what I would respectfully disagree with is the debate with staff, because I absolutely agree that a democracy involves robust debate, robust discussion, and there should be that. What I think occurs, far too often, is that elected officials attempt to debate with staff, whereas your staff is here to provide you with a professional, non-biased response. And then if there's a debate on the policy decision that council makes, that's between the elected officials. It's not a back and forth debate between your staff. Thank you, staff, for your response. And then you deliberate with your colleagues on the council, not a back and forth debate with staff.
If I could add to that, or maybe pivot a little bit back to, I think what Member Chahal suggested, and I think there is consensus for this. The idea is that there would be presiding officer discretion, but that we would build into the policy after the first round, if there is a round of questions, right, and single answers, that subsequent rounds or inquiries, may be interactive, so that there's the preservation of the initial round, but then opportunities for interactiveness. Currently, Member Park, the policy doesn't prohibit that. This would reinforce that with the concept of interactiveness after that first round. So I think there's a consensus for that, and that's why I even asked the question about, hey, should we have anything in here, formal or not, about questioning, we'd be it'd be very easy just for us to include a sentence, to that effect that makes that clear. So that would be my suggestion on that. I had a couple of other ones too that I wanted to clarify in reading into your vote. The other one is, I think there was at least some expression of opposition to, and I think consensus for setting the number of speakers that triggers whether or not there's going to be 2 rounds of input into public presentations. I will delete that and have that just be more in the discretion, of the presiding officer. I did think, though, that there was consensus and support for putting some kind of cap on the amount of, on the aggregation of seated time. Did I read that right? I don't know what that number is. And clerk, we don't have a policy on that too, right? The maximum amount of seated time currently. And I recommended 20 minutes. Again, we don't need to have a specific limit. Again, that could be in the discretion of the presiding officer too. It would be a maximum of 20, right? It's not like everyone gets 20. It would be, you'd have to, and Member Park, it is clear that the person does need to be present, in the policy. I don't think we can track who the person is because people don't have to identify themselves to speak to the council at all. So I don't think we can require them to identify themselves to seat time. The lobbyist rules may be different. We can talk to the clerk as to whether or not that's something that's trackable. So, sorry, my point on that is, was there consensus for some actual amount of time to cap the extent to which time could be seated so there's not huge, presentations beyond the pale?
Sure. If I can really quick, should there be a consensus to do that, I would recommend not 20 minutes, but a number that's divisible by 3 because every person gets 3 minutes. And so if you did 21 minutes, that's 7 people or 6 people that would need to send. It's 2 minutes.
2 minutes
It's
for
2 minutes for
agenda item,
agendized items.
2 minutes, and public.
Yeah. So we'd have to have it.
Yeah, so in theory, it would be
Yeah.
probably the same number of speakers times the number of minutes, maybe, in each case.
Or maybe 5 speakers, if you want to put it. To put it 5, okay, go ahead.
So sometimes when we have a contentious thing, there might be 2 sides that come to speak on an item. And if we were going to, this is public presentation time, and if we had a limit, we bifurcated it, we limited public presentation to say 30 minutes, and you have one side taking 20 minutes of that, then we have to make sure that we ensure fairness for both sides. That's the only consideration that I think we should be making.
No. So if I'm understanding, we are only talking about the aggregate, like one person can take 5 person's time.
Right. So what I'm saying is if you aggregate it, let's say you have 30 minutes of public presentation.
Oh, you're saying that it should be 15 at least.
Exactly.
Other persons should get the
That's
same
right.
amount. Okay.
Should be fair.
I think that will be a discretion at the chair, that if I give X amount of time to
That's
one
exactly
side,
right.
the other side would be
Exactly.
given the same amount.
And that's what I'm saying is that we don't want to lock it in.
Right.
And that's why I was originally saying that we could do 30 minutes of public presentation with an extension of maybe maximum 30 minutes and then leave everything to the end of the meeting.
Yeah.
That would be the bifurcation.
Yeah, and that's a different, again, we've kind of kept that to the discretion of the presiding
Yeah.
officer, depending upon the number of people that are there. I think it's probably that particular aspect of it is best left with that. There are provisions very expressly built in that consistent treatment is required. So if that's something that, and I think the mayor's done this before in consultations with the city clerk and or me or city manager, we need to make whatever has come up with, and sometimes it's on the fly, is fair and fairly applied. And if I see that there's an issue with how that's being done, I will interrupt and make sure it's designed in an appropriate way.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So I hear a concept of acceptance of some aggregate based on number of people speaking. The policy that goes forward to the council with support of this committee will include a version of that of course you'll be able to look at and comment on when it comes back to you. I'm not trying to pin anyone down to any particular thing. Okay. I think Those were all of my things. So if you've, by consensus, can read those things in or accept those things as what your motion was, we've got what we need in order to proceed.
If I may comment on the question answer session we were talking about earlier, basically. So previously we had that interactive session at the outset, basically. We were asking those questions, counter question, one by one. And now we are trying to, for efficiency's sake or whatever, smoothing the process, we designed, okay, all first batch of questions in one go and then interactive. And when I say interactive question, they are all, to me personally, they are all questions we are asking. We are not asking staff's opinion, because that's up to the council to decide what opinion they have. But I'm talking about actual questions, information questions, which I, as a council member, or my public I'm representing, they might ask those questions. So I'm not trying to make it a debate with the staff for that matter. My intent is just to have the good information before the council make a decision on that body. So that's my intent, basically. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay.
Yeah. Right. And again, it's these kinds of discussions which, for clarity, cause me to give input. Like I heard the city attorney, and I've had many discussions about this, say, well, not precluded. And I never want to have discussions again where we have, it's not precluded, so it must be allowed. It's not specifically allowed, so it's precluded. I used to say, well, it should be open for interpretation as long as that interpretation is along the lines of what's the best interest of the people, what's in the best interest of democracy. But I don't actually get that. What I usually get is, well, we should have a policy for that. And for the one thing that you're complaining about, there's nothing we can do about that. These are the kinds of things that I really don't like. I don't like when we say somebody has broken the rules, but there really isn't anything preventing them from doing that. So we're going to stop the next time. Where I come from, we have this very, very, very strong idea of nullifying the advantage, but we don't seem to care about that here. And that's one of my concerns. When asking about people ceding time, I specifically asked about lobbyists in particular, because I don't know who the people are. Right. And I know that from Brown Act, you are not required to give your name. You are allowed to give anonymous input. Yet I've seen that broken by the council. I've seen that broken by the chair, where somebody did not give their name, which they're perfectly allowed to do. And then the chair or then other people specifically called them by name or specifically called them by title. I don't know if that's a breach of privacy, but I think that's something that we need to be concerned about. And then another topic that came up is not just for public input, but what about public presentations? If 10 people in the audience during public presentation time want to come up and give a separate public presentation about the same topic, like we wouldn't allow that for agendized topics, but for unagendized topics, it seems to be a loophole that if 3 people want to talk about a topic, they can each come up and spend the public presentation amount individually to talk about the same topic. And I don't know how we limit, like we say, oh, somebody just spoke on that. You're welcome to come to another thing, or you're welcome to stay until the end of the meeting. But what happens when a large number of people want to give public input individually about the same thing, right? And again, we are trying to optimize people coming in and giving input. But I feel like what we're trying to limit is, we're trying to put rules in place for how people behave. And those are very different. If we're trying to limit the number of people that can talk because of the way that we're afraid that they will behave, that's a problem. Like I heard from the city manager that, what occurs too often in other places, I don't see it here because we don't allow it, right? But rather than, say this is how we prevent it from happening, I think we need to start looking at what we do when the code of conduct and decorum is not being followed. Like that should be a better guiding principle than simply saying, well, this is why we disallow this kind of info from being taken. Like, again, those are affronts to democracy. And if you're expecting that you only want good people, you only want calm voices coming before council. Well, it's not going to happen. I think what we can do is we can encourage that, but saying that the way that we're going to encourage that is to limit input, it's not what I'd like to see, not in Santa Clara.
Mr. Chair, just one comment to that. I just wanted to be clear for Member Park and the committee and the public. There are policies that, and I think included in here, that encourage people to aggregate their comments, but it's not required, either in public presentations or on for agendized items. So I just want to make clear, no one is forced, to do that as a matter of policy. I think we got the things we needed, cleared up, and we'll proceed consistent with that direction, and appreciate everybody's input. Okay, comments.
Thank you. And we had some post-lunch discussion. I just want to confirm if there are any public comments. Anybody there for public comment?
Does anyone online would like to raise their hand to speak on this item? No hands are raised.
Okay,
Thank you.
so staff got the gist of it, so you will compile it and it really goes to the council. It doesn't need to come back over here. Thank you. Did we make a motion on that?
You did.
We did, right?
You did and move and.
Yeah, okay,
Yes, and then I intervened and just wanted to be clear
Okay.
and kind of read into your action some of those things to be clear on it. Yeah, so we got you.
Good, okay. So the last item on the agenda is review and discussion of mayoral certificate of recognition and possible recommendation to bring forth to the city council for consideration.
Let me provide a
manager.
quick introduction. So as the committee will remember, we've had prior discussions about your council policy 020, which is proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recommendation. At a prior meeting, the committee recommended and council subsequently approved amendments to that policy to allow for district certificates of recognition, as well as the addition of all signatures from the city council on proclamations and commendations. The committee continued or had discussions at a prior meeting about adding council member signatures or the district council member signature rather to mayoral certificates of recognition. We paused that item so staff could conduct additional research, and we're here just to discuss that one item. We have a very, very brief presentation, and I provided a lot of the background already, but I'll turn it over to Assistant to the City Manager, Maria Lay, to discuss where we've landed.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Yes, he did just go over most of the background, but just to touch on that, as City Managers mentioned, this item was brought back to the committee from the discussion on the June 3rd Governance and Ethics Committee. And from that meeting, staff presented information on amendments to Council Policy 020, which is for proclamations, commendations, and certificates of recognition. The committee approved those amendments on September 10th at the council meeting with the full council. Through that action, the revised Council Policy 020 did include some substantial changes. All city proclamations now bear the signatures of the full city council. All commendations, which are used to recognize individuals and groups for their contributions to the community, are also signed by the full city council. The policy also added a recognition item for city council district certificates of recognition. And this certificate can be requested by the city council or the public. And this certificate would include the district council member and mayor's signatures when they're approved. And as part of that June committee discussion, as mentioned, the committee directed staff to return to discuss, in addition, mayoral certificates of recognition. So the report to the committee also states that any changes to the mayoral certificates of recognition will change the practice and possibly raise possible questions regarding encroachment upon the mayor's authority under the city charter. As the committee had requested at the June 3rd meeting, staff has brought this item back for the committee's discussion. And at this time, I turn it back to the chair for committee discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Committee. Committee member.
Yeah, in the staff report, I think part of the reason why this came up was that there may be instances where the mayor might issue a certificate or a letter where the rest of the council doesn't necessarily agree that that should represent the city. And there was an issue about how the rest of the council is notified that this is going out or this is happening. And that was one of the main issues that, or concerns that we had, or I had, was how are we notified? And if we don't necessarily agree with it, how do we take action to prevent it from happening?
The chair,
Oh, yeah,
we can
please.
respond, or we can do another,
No, you
another question and
Respond.
respond all at
Respond.
once and have an interactive process. Committee Member Jane, what I hear you articulating is there may be a mayoral certificate of recognition that, one, the council does not know is being issued, and two, if the council knew it was being issued, a council member may disagree that that person should receive a mayoral certificate of recognition. And is there a process to not allow that? So I think we can step through that in a couple different fashions, and I'm going to turn to the city attorney for a little assistance on this. But one, I think it's important to note it is a mayoral certificate of recognition, not a city council certificate of recognition, right? Certainly when someone receives a mayoral certificate of recognition, they may view that as representing the city, and the mayor is a ceremonial head of the city. And so right now there is not a process for the council to essentially have a review and potentially a veto over issuing of a mayoral certificate of recognition. We don't believe that that's explicitly outlined in the city charter. And we, as we said in the staff report and in the presentation, we do have concerns that putting limits on the mayor's ability to issue mayoral certificates of recognition will start to encroach upon powers provided to the mayor through the charter. I've seen any.
Happy to comment further. Yeah, and part of this is that there's both kind of pattern and practice issues here, right? There's deference issues here. There's practical challenges to, notifying someone and getting them involved. And for me, it's also, what's the nature of a certificate of recognition? I'll get back to the legal part, but I'm trying to think out loud, about this too. Certificate of recognition isn't a statement of, city policy where clearly the mayor would be limited, right? She'd have to, if she was going to issue anything that was policy related, right? It would need to be consistent with either the city's adopted legislative policies, or an action that the council, had already taken, and in effect, she's, administering that. Certificate of recognition, much more ceremonial, right? And as I understand, pattern and practice has been a purview, of the mayor, because it's a mayoral, certificate, in her capacity as acting as the ceremonial head of the city, and really in her capacity as being mayor. Right. Each of you now, as a result of modifications you've made, have the ability to be city council, representatives. And I don't think there's a process for everyone approving, your district issuances, right? It's really more in your capacity, representing your district. And for me, in my head, that's really kind of what this is. But I get your interest and concern. And so one of the things we looked at was, well, how does this work? Under the charter, because we always have to follow, the charter. And as is the case with most charters, ours isn't very specific about this, right? What does it mean to be the ceremonial head? It doesn't say, and may issue certificates, right? I don't think anywhere, but it's a very typical thing, right, for the mayor, to do. in her capacity. And in that light, without explicit definitions of things, it's really subject to interpretation. And charters are interpreted in the same way anything is interpreted in understanding, what it ought to say and could say. What does the language actually say? If the language doesn't say anything, are there other things about, what was before the people or the decision-making body at the time that helps you understand, what it meant to say? And then there's pattern and practice, and understanding of what best practices would be. Unfortunately for us, we're mostly left in that last category in terms of giving meaning, to this. And there's kind of dueling provisions in the charter that might apply. One is mayor as ceremonial head, backed up by the pattern and practice of this as a typical ceremonial duty without input or approval by the city council, given the nature, of what's being done on the one hand. And on the other hand, there's provisions that say, hey, the city council can impose additional duties on the mayor, right? By majority vote to add to that. What do those mean together? It means what you decide it means. And it means what a judge might decide it might mean if it ever were to come to that, if someone challenged, your interpretation of that. Where staff ended up with it is because it starts to encroach, we think in light of how I described on the mayoral authority, and because there already were meaningful modifications to the policy that do give more, city council involvement, including capacity to issue your own certificates, that the policy as it stands now with the mayor, having discretion to issue mayoral certificates kind of aligned with that and made the most sense. I'm not telling you the charter says you absolutely can't do it because it's not absolutely clear. I'm just giving you my best kind of interpretation based on recent changes, what the pattern and practice has been, and potentially conflicting interpretations of what the city charter is. So that's my best outline of guidance, for you in this area. City manager, back to you in case I missed something or yeah, very good.
When we issue district certificates, the mayor's signature is on that. Can the mayor refuse to sign that?
As part of the policy that was approved by council on September 10th, there was an addition of 030 to be used in the case that the mayor did not sign on to a request. The council member had the option to bring that forth to the full council for consideration and approval to give a recognition if that was the case, which has never happened, at least in the time I've been here.
Right, but if you're to reverse that, could the council vote to rescind a mayoral certificate?
So, I want to first piggyback on the answer to your first question and note that any council member can elect to not have their signature on any proclamation or certificate of recommendation, as can the mayor elect to not have their signature on a proclamation or a recommendation or a commendation that's been adopted by the full city council.
And just to add to clarify, so the signatures are on proclamations and commendations for full council. So you can have an opt-out feature. For certificates of recognition, the mayoral certificate only bears the signature of the mayor.
Clark. So I'm listening to this with great interest because I think people are missing the point. I mean, when council districts came to the city, we actually did the bare minimum to adjust the charter to allow for districts. We never considered what districts fully meant for the city. And as a result, we don't actually have district representation. We have districts are the way that we vote for members, but again, with the absence of district commendations, without looking at how the fact that districts affect processes, we don't actually have district representation in full. And when I hear about patterns and practice, there was no pattern or practice previously. I've heard staff say that, that makes the statement. In fact, it's right here. It says, to require mayoral certificates to bear other council member signatures would change this practice and raise questions regarding encroachment upon the mayor's authority under the city charter. And then it goes into the report to say, Section 704, presiding officer, mayor, the mayor shall be the presiding officer. Stop. The mayor shall have a voice and vote in all of its proceedings. He, she shall be the official head of the city for all ceremonial purposes. He, she shall perform other such duties as may be prescribed by this charter or as may be imposed by the city council consistent with his, her office. Stop. Has nothing to do with this. Now let me go to the next section, which is section 704.3, mayor, powers and duties. The mayor shall exercise such powers and perform such other duties as may be prescribed by the council, provided that the same are not inconsistent with this charter. Right? But like I'm saying, nothing in what I've read here is consistent with raising questions regarding encroachment upon the mayor's authority under the city charter. Nothing does that. And nothing precludes district representatives from the same. Like I would say that nothing allows the mayor to have these things. I've heard another comment that says, well, if a council member wants to remove their name from something, they could do that. Well, that's true if and only if the council members know what their signatures are being put on. Right. I think that was one of the issues. We had a letter from the city, and the city, the mayor is supposed to be, for policy purposes, only communicating things that the city has an official position on. That is true. And when we have a mayor using city letterhead to petition for things that other people on the council would not agree to, and we don't know about this until after the fact, that I think was the first problem. Right. I think that we are looking too much into this charter, and we're using the charter, a biased charter, because the charter never considered district representation. And when we went to districts, we never considered that either. That was one of the big, I spoke in public about this many times. I went to every single CVRA meeting that was held by Judge Coonley. I went to every single one of them. And I brought up the issue of, that's fine, but simply changing the way that the method that people vote for a representative and actually adopting a structure for government that allows for district representation, those are two separate topics. And we've not addressed that. And to hear that we're using the wording of a charter that never considered these things to support why mayors should do everything and why council members should not be included in these makes no sense to me. It makes no sense whatsoever. Again, supposed to be a ceremonial head, agreed upon city positions. The reason that the mayor is the center is that there were no districts, and we never updated the charter to fully embrace districts. We did the bare minimum changes that we needed to do to change the way that we vote for representatives, right? And again, I hear about proclamations. I hear the difference between a certificate of commendation versus a proclamation. But the reason that this comes out is when you have a ceremonial head that is clearly overstepping their authority and using the justifications that, well, the city charter does not preclude it. And this is where I have problems with what we talked about previously. If it's not precluded, it's allowed. If it's not allowed, it's not precluded. These are really bad ways to do it unless we have city management that understands and that's looking at and is trying to guide us towards fairness. But that's not the case. Whenever we raise the question of fairness, it's, well, now we need a policy for it. That's why this level of vagueness is not required. It's only not required when we're not driving towards fairness, when we're not driving towards democracy, when you're trying to justify, when you're trying to rationalize why something happened, why something should happen, why something shouldn't happen. You're right. And then vagueness works really well towards that, to that regard. But what we're trying to do here is we're trying to ensure that every single person represented by a district representative gets the same amount and a fair amount of representation. But when you've got people who are using their ability to willy-nilly issue certificates with their name on it without telling anybody else what happens, that smacks a little bit of politics. And if you can't see that, well, I don't even think you're looking in the general direction. I have been to many events where we have given proclamations, we have given commendations, and I didn't even know that there was one in the works. One where the mayor was not in attendance at that event, and yet there was a commendation, there was a proclamation of sorts. I did not even know that one was in the works, that was even a possibility. There are a lot of events that I've gone to where I have been one of several, or maybe the only council member, and there was no certificate of commendation. It's the same type of event. It's the same opportunity that we should have had, and I had no way of requesting that. And again, if we're not looking at the effect, and if we're saying it's up to the discretion, that's not what I'm looking for. That's what we've been living with for the last 6 years. And it's not working. One of the reasons that it looks like we're encroaching on the mayoral, because it's not sovereignty. One of the reasons that this is happening is if you've got a process that does not ensure fairness, that is not fair, then this is the kind of pushback I would expect. No one should be above the general populace, from council members, from the public, driving towards a fair process. And when I read in a report that raises questions regarding encroachment upon the mayor's authority under the city charter as an official staff statement with no supporting structure from the city charter itself, makes me very concerned. Again, I would think that if we're going to err, we would err on the side of fairness and voice. But that's not even in the report that I'm reading.
Mr. Chair, there's a lot there, but there are a few things that might be helpful for me to
Can
respond
I
to. Yeah.
give comments then?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good. As you dictate.
Because if it's repetitive, I don't want you to come back again. Maybe
Yep.
give all our comments
I'm
and then
standing by.
comment at the same time. I think it's a process issue. Sometimes we think that a position is being held, that there's a regard and duties of a position, but when somebody different comes to that position, there can be abuse of that position. And we are trying to solve that problem basically over here right now. It's a process issue to me. And just to give you an example, like I was at an event, some chief minister equivalent to the governor of India, one of the states was here. I was invited by the Consul General, and I didn't even know that mayor has given a recognition. And it feels very bad, like mayor is not there. You are there. You don't even know something is being given on behalf of city of Santa Clara. And that's what happened over there. There was a mayoral recognition being given. I didn't even know that. And if I put any of people over here in my shoes, I think you will feel bad. Hey, I didn't even know about it. So the first question is, there's a communication gap between what is being done on behalf of the city. Mayor, I think in wholly solely as per the charter, is representing the whole council basically. And that's my perspective on this thing. He or she, whosoever is basically representing the whole council. And anything being communicated by the mayor, as mentioned by Committee Member Park, about the letter being signed by the mayor without even other council member knowing, because when my name or Councilmember Jane's name is there on that letterhead, everybody will think, yeah, it's being represented by the whole council. And same thing over here, mayoral recognition is being recognized on behalf of the city, basically. So those are the processes being circumvented when we don't even know what is happening. And my take on this one is, I'm not stopping the mayor from issuing mayoral recognition certificate. I'm only asking, let's say there is an event which pertains to Korean community, and mayor is not there and Councilman Park is there, why not add his name also into that mayoral recognition? Add his name. That's it. That's the only thing I'm asking. I'm not encroaching on mayoral powers of signing that mayoral certificate. So if Councilmember Park requests a mayoral certificate of recognition for a dignitary who's coming from outside, from Korea over here, and he's being recognized, I'm just asking, let him add his name on to that mayoral recognition certificate. That's it. And that's what my take on that is. First is the communication. Anything out of the proclamations, commendations, and mayoral certificates or recommendation, certificate, it has to be communicated to the whole council before it is being given. And secondly, if a councilman wants to request his or her name, it should be included in that. That's it. Yeah, City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of thoughts on kind of how we approach this and the analysis, and to explain it in context. Appreciate the fact that one of the changes that's happened recently that's significant and probably wasn't fully thought out and embedded in the charter the way ideally it might be if it was done in a different manner, is the conversion from the city to at-large, to district seats. That reality, that change of circumstances was one of the things I looked at that helped me reconcile the idea of district certificates as not encroaching on the mayoral, ceremonial responsibility as the ceremonial head, right? You could argue could legitimately be a parallel practice, anyway, as a result of those changed circumstances, but particularly because the structure of government changed, where you actually have district representatives. That was one of the things when we looked at this legally, because this issue of encroachment on mayor's authority comes up a lot, as you guys, know, with the sensitivity to it. I, as the lawyer for all of you and for the city, has a sensitivity to it. That fact that Member Park points out was relevant, to the analysis with that, which made me much more comfortable, with that as an approach. In this case, I get how there's been a change, to districts, but I don't get how, and there's other arguments that I point out, and I'll get to that in a sec. I don't get how the change to districts means that council people would then be able to veto mayoral certificates. That doesn't align with me. It aligns for me in talking about you being able to issue certificates individually, right, without encroachment because of the change of government, structure of government, and arguably you're an equivalent ceremonial duty, right, to be able to do that, but not so much as it relates to the mayoral, certificate. So that's one point. Second point is, for me, it's meaningfully different, substantially different, really determinably, materially different circumstance when you're talking about a certificate of recognition as opposed to the mayor kind of acting on behalf of the city with respect to a policy matter, right? Certificates of recognition are much more ceremonial, right? Much more likely to be aligned, with the traditional functions of the mayor, much more part of the pattern and practice. And so that's why, for me, it creates that tension of changing the policy in a way that in theory would take her control over her ability to do that. Respect Member Park's frustration with the provisions I cited as the provisions that are governing. I wish there was more too, but that's all there is. So, and they are relevant, right? Because they talk about the mayor being the ceremonial head on the one hand, and then city council being able to impose policies, and duties on the mayor on the other hand. But it needs to be done consistent with what the rest of the charter says, right? The mayor as the ceremonial head. So I wish I had more. Those are cited in there. I do think they are relevant because they represent kind of the opposite sides of the question. That's all I had. And so I put those in front of you, explained as best as I could how I'm trying to reconcile those with the lack of, of additional information. And so That's why you're hearing what you're hearing. From me at least, I'm not going to put this on city manager. Legal interpretation of things is on me. Again, the other practical considerations of timing, right, and the ability to provide notice. To your point, Member Chahal, ability at least to be notified and potentially request of, the mayor to endeavor to include somebody else, right, who might be interested or relevant to the, time permitting. Totally get that. And those things for me are easier to reconcile. Again, that's not an encroachment so much as it's, asking for, additional consideration by the presiding officer. So I think those things, as you described it, are easier, notice and, opportunity to be included. It's the, veto power and have to be on it, for me, that doesn't automatically encroach. Like I said, I'm telling you, it's not crystal clear, but does raise those issues for the reason I stated. And so we all have the government structure, that we have. We interpret it the best we can. One of the reasons why I advocate for memorializing things. And in your case, not that this is some huge thing that would need to be resolved with the charter amendment, but in what I proposed as the top to bottom review of the charter, right? To look at the charter, which was drafted in 1949, like most people's charters, right? Was modified in kind of a hodgepodge way, has all sorts of stuff that needs to be made clear, needs to be deleted, needs to be simplified, needs to be reorganized, needs to be more cognizant of the fact that you now have district representatives. All of that for me is a very important, if I'm here long enough and can work with everyone who's here and get that done, before I leave, project is something I'm very interested, in doing. It can answer both small questions, and the larger questions. But in the meantime, Member Park and the rest of you, we've got the charter that we've got, right? And I just do the best I can in order to apply it and develop, even where there's no clear dictates, recommendations to you based upon what we do know that it says. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair.
So if I may ask a follow-up question on that. If I request a mayoral certificate recognition for ABCD, right? Does it hurt or does it infringe on anything if I ask the mayor, hey, mayor, put my name also because I'll be representing the city of Santa Clara and I'll be presenting this certificate on behalf of city of Santa Clara, and mayor is signing it and other council member, ABC council member also signing it. Does it hurt, basically?
Sure. Good question. I think there's some operational and timing considerations. And then there is the question of requesting to be added as a signator versus what this staff report talks about in our prior conversations was ensuring that the district council member signature is, as a matter of policy, on every mayoral cert, right? So if it's a request, hey, mayor, you're giving us a cert, the person is in my district or I have a connection, I'd like to be added. Certainly you can make a request. I think operationally there's a significant timing issue with that and a staff implication of putting a request out to every council member. The mayor has asked staff to issue a mayoral certificate of recognition. If you would like to request the mayor to be added to this, please do so in X time frame. That's administratively good, would be difficult. And I'm going to ask staff to talk a little bit more about how these requests come in and how often, how many, and the amount of time that we have to turn them around. Also, with regard to, I hear the committee members that are saying, I've attended an event. At the event, the mayor presented a certificate. I didn't know that was going to happen, or the mayor didn't come and someone presented the certificate on her behalf. It would have been nice to know. Certainly, we can, that has not been a practice of the city, but certainly doing so, we could look into how to do it. And I'm even thinking of some ways where we can make it pretty efficient by uploading it somewhere where there's an automatic notification to everyone. So after the fact, I think that's easy, right? The The challenge is, one, as discussed in the staff report, if there's a mandate or a policy directive to ensure that the district council member's name is on there. And then the other one that I think has operational and practical considerations of having a process where we're notified of the mayor wanting to provide a certification and then doing an outreach to all council members to see if they want to request that the mayor add them, and then managing all those requests that come in, and then the response to that from the mayor. So can I turn it to staff just to talk a little bit about the operational process of how the certifications come in?
Before you do that, if I could just say, I think everything the city manager said is what's issue here. It's a practical logistic issue. Asking, right, to be included doesn't encroach on the powers if it can be built into a policy and included. It would be a veto power that would, be more of the thing that would be potentially problematic.
I'll just quickly comment on what City Manager Grogan was asking for process-wise for staff. So the mayor and council office staff typically requests that we get requests 3 to 4 weeks prior to certain events. This can come from a member of the public for a group. They may email and say, oh, we're inviting the mayor to an event. Could we be considered for certificates to be presented to said group? And if we do know that other council members are attending, so it's really important if you do attend events. I'm not sure specifically about the Indian Consul event, if it was on your calendar. Mayor does get invited to the same events. When she does not attend, we automatically will let vice mayor, if they're in attendance, to present the certificate if she's not there. In the case of your event at the Indian Council, I'm not sure if it was on your council calendar, but staff is supposed to really review which council members are going. And if mayor is not unable to attend, the certificate is presented by a vice mayor, and then the next council member in seniority that's attended. So that's the process we follow internally. But we do about 3 to 4 weeks notice to establish certificates.
So committee, you have a consensus to be presented to the staff on this?
Public.
Oh, yeah. Any public?
Is anyone online would like to raise their hand to speak on this item? I do not see any hands raised.
And I understand people need to leave. They have something at 2. I want to be out of here as well, but I'm going to be clear. One of the reasons that I repeat myself often is I often don't hear understanding of what I've just stated in the follow-up discussions. Like, that is a big problem for me. Like, I hear justifications for why something happened, clarification on why something happened. But again, I understand why things happened. What I want understanding of, do you understand why I want to change that a little bit? Oftentimes the changes that I request are not in the follow-up discussion. I'm trying to be very respectful. I am. There is no pattern or practice of district voice because we didn't have districts previously. And when staff talks to me about encroachment on mayoral, rights, they're not in here either. If I were to ask you to define what ceremonial head is, I don't know that I'd get a consistent answer from even just 3 people that I asked. I mean, when I looked up ceremonial head, and I did, ceremonial head is the head of the ceremony, but the ceremony, they don't get to decide the ceremony that I want to do. That's beyond ceremonial head. That's now an organizer. I would think that the ceremonies that the mayor is the ceremonial head of would be decided by the city or by city council. There would be outside of the mayor, themselves. And we don't think about that. We're instead trying to define a charter that doesn't define anything about districts or separation of powers because it never existed previously. Right. And it certainly shouldn't be. A ceremonial head certainly shouldn't be for the purposes of politics. Again, if they're going to be ceremonial head, if they're going to give certificates of recognition that have the city seal, I think it should be representative of the city. Is this different from what we did before? Yes. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of a time where we've had a mayor with this amount of pettiness when it comes to acknowledging even other council members at events. I've never seen that. And I've had plenty of complaints against other mayors. Personal communication, it's clear. Personal communications on personal matters, personal positions, that should not be done on city letterhead at all, ever. Like if it's a letter on behalf of the city, on behalf of council, on behalf of something that we manage on a position that we are clear on, sure, do that. But otherwise, I think there's a phrase for it that the title is put there for identification purposes only. But that's not what we have in the history of this city. And the fact that this is being defended because, well, it's not explicitly called out in the charter makes no sense to me. Because there is no way something like that's going to be explicitly called out in the charter. That's why we're asking for this change. I mean, literally, I've had people come to me from districts and ask, can you give us a recognition for this? Right? Whether it's a troop, whether it's a school, whether it's an organization, sometimes founded in my district. Sometimes using my district as a resource. I deal with a lot of people in the Korean community. I get lots of requests. And when I tell them I can't give you an official city certificate, they ask why. And I said, well, I need to get agreement from the mayor. I said, well, couldn't you just give us one? And my answer was, well, not with the city seal on it. Why? And the short answer is not because I'm not allowed, because we don't have a process for that. The only reason it's not allowed is because the people currently managing the city choose not to interpret it that way. There is no rule preventing it. I mean, again, when we say that it is not allowed, I mean, it's not explicitly allowed, so it is prevented, or when we say it's not explicitly prevented, so it's allowed, these are the kinds of interpretations we already do. And that's the reason that we're making these changes. Because those interpretations trying to protect rules that are not even stated in the charter. And when I read staff reports that state exactly this, I read it before, but I feel like I have to repeat myself because I don't hear any acknowledgement of the comments in the follow-up discussions. To require mayoral certificates to bear other council members' signatures would change this practice. Again, that's correct, because there was no practice otherwise before. I agree with that. But when we changed to districts, there should have been a change to that. That didn't happen. It fell on deaf ears. And I've been complaining about this, like I said, for 6 years. And raised questions regarding encroachment upon the mayor's authority under the city charter. I don't read anything in the city charter that talks about an authority that's being encroached. I can think of imagined authorities, but nothing explicitly stated. And it's these interpretations and it's these inconsistencies which cause the rest of council to say, okay, we're not going to get interpretations based on fairness and representation and democracy. Then we're going to make the policies more explicit so that there is no question in the future. And in my eyes, it's unfortunate that we have to come here, with that. It's unfortunate. And thank you very much. I'm willing to vote.
So, Councilman Park, do you have a motion to make staff? Oh, okay, sure, please.
And Chair, after the committee members.
Policy currently says, mayoral certificates of recognition would go to individuals, community groups, or organizations for winning city competitions, Halloween decorating contest, home decorating contest, etc. And then it says mayoral certificates of recognition shall only bear the signature of the mayor. And I guess I'm okay with that, but if it's a Halloween decorating contest in your district, it would be nice that it also bore the signature of the district member. But the current policy, number 2, says only bear the signature of the mayor.
And that's probably we want to make a recommendation for a change that I did make a note of that, like especially the district Halloween or Christmas lighting within the district. So mayor issues that recognition, but why not include the signature of the district council member also on that? And that that is my interpretation. Like if I'm asking for a mayoral recognition certificate, then my signature or whosoever the council member asking, his or her signature should be included on that. And I think that's the direction this council wanna send that to the, but I'm ready to hear city manager comments.
Sure. I think we should discuss that. I just want to, for a brief moment, go back and address a number of things that Councilmember Kevin Park said. Specifically with regard to the statement that he does not hear an acknowledgement of the issues that he's raised in the follow-up discussion. Just want to make very clear. I do think that there were concerns raised about the staff report and a view expressed. I do think that staff and the city attorney responded to why the analysis was done and the conclusion of the analysis. But I think it's real important to make the point that staff provides a professional opinion, but that follow-up discussion should really be between the committee members and or the council if we're at the council. It should not be a back and forth between staff with the challenging of the staff analysis or attempting to have staff aligned to the council to the point the council member is making. Right. If a council member raises a point, typically is the practice here and is the practice in many other municipalities where unless a specific question is asked of staff, it is the committee members or the council members' job to bring that up and articulate between the elected officials to arrive at a direction. Staff has provided an analysis, staff has provided a response, and if there is a position articulated, staff is not going to respond whether we agree or not on that. That's not our role. It is a dialogue and a discussion between the body, and then we really endeavor to respond to questions, not opinions or perspectives raised by council members. And certainly, I also know Committee Member Park mentioned a number of times potentially not even needing this because it is the interpretation of this administration. Don't really want to go down the road there because I'm not fully understanding what that means. However, what I would say is I know that there have been desires and there's a desires to do something different here. What staff has said and what I have said is we have a pattern and practice. We have council policy. If there's a desire to change that, that is brought up by one council member, I've taken a look at it. I know the city attorney has taken a look at it. And more often than not, we have actually advised that, let's talk about it through governance and ethics because there's council policy on how this works. And if we're going to change that practice, council should advise how that practice is changed. And for example, the specific item that was just raised by Councilmember Jane was you have a policy 020 that talks about mayoral certificates for the Halloween decorating contest or a home decorating contest. And it says that the mayor shall be the only person whose signature bears on that certificate of recognition. That should be changed by the council because it's a council policy. And so specifically with regard to that item, I know the city attorney wanted to mention a potential option for that.
Oh, I didn't know I was doing that, but I guess I could because it dovetails into the thing I wanted to say. Just to be clear, Member Park, I really did endeavor to respond to you and thought I had, hoping to do it to your satisfaction, but understand can fall short from time to time. Appreciate the city manager's comments regarding interactions with staff, but and maybe he's being protective of me. He doesn't need to be. You guys appoint me. You can come at me however you want, and him too. He would tell you, be nice about it. So Member Park did endeavor to respond to your comments and thought I had, but I appreciate your perspective. Maybe not. My analysis of this, it wasn't you can't do things. It was, you are, for the reasons I've stated, won't bore you again, that it's a consideration that you need to make. And it wasn't that because it didn't speak to it, I'm saying you have to go a particular way. It's because it didn't speak to it. It's not clear. But there's things that need to be considered in the breach, of specific guidance. The legal analysis will depend on what you're proposing to do. As I kind of pointed out earlier, having approval authority over the mayors doing this for me would be on this side of the spectrum, right? On the encroaching side of the spectrum. Building in some process, to encourage, particularly ask for, build into consideration of interested council member, being as part of a certificate as well, communication policies, around that. Obviously missing from this, Maria's channeling it as much as she can, is the mayor herself. That's about how she goes about, doing this and the circumstances that arise. And that'll be an important voice when this comes up to the council that of course you'll all listen to. Those types of things don't bother me nearly as much and I would allow, I would suggest you don't have to weigh that as much because you are taking a thing that's not clear and trying to improve it with impositions of things, if you will, that ask for consideration of council people, right, as part of that process. So prohibiting it or vetoing it, different level, of balancing of interests. Member Chahal, along the line of what you described, some process for consideration of an addition of a council person onto that certificate creates the policy trick, right, of how is that person chosen? How do you do that? Can it always be done? Can it be done in time? Sometimes these come at the last minute. I get that being tricky from a policy standpoint, but those things don't give me pause the same way. And I wouldn't be as concerned about that being something where you'd be encroaching on the charter. And again, ultimately, as I said in my memo, really it's the legislative body that interprets its, charter. A reviewing judge would give deference, to that, but that doesn't mean someone couldn't challenge and go, no, that's different. So it's really me more of trying to provide some guidelines in those different circumstances, and being aware of all the things that, that you're talking about. So as a specific recommendation, and I might refer back to you to the extent you heard the different parts of it, what you think could be done from a practical standpoint, specifically to Member Chahal and Member Park and Jane's thoughts about, hey, all we really want is this, right? There's probably a solution there that would be very easily to defend, just would have practical challenges that the city manager will now solve.
Sure. I would then proffer two suggestions. One is after a mayoral certificate is processed, we would send those to the entire council. And I think we should do that for all district certificates too. So everyone knows and we can do that, right? We can endeavor to figure out how to get that to all of you after they've been finalized. Then specifically with regard to a few of the ones that were mentioned here, the Halloween decorating contest or the home decorating contest. I'm going to toss it to staff to articulate how those operationally occur. I'm not familiar with them, but I will say, I think the policy now says that it's a mayoral certificate, only bears the mayor's signature. I do think that by policy, the committee could recommend and the council could change that to be a city council designation or a city council recognition. So I'll turn it over to staff to articulate.
Let me just add on that one. So probably for this policy, those two examples are no longer good examples. For the last couple of years, those contests have evolved. The Cultural Commission is one that sponsors the Halloween home decorating. And in the last couple of years, when we had districts, we actually went through to district awards. And we don't no longer give them certificates when they win. They used to get a certificate. Now they actually get a plaque where they could put it in front of their home that they're the citywide winner or District 1 winner, District 2. They have them through districts and there's a voting process. So that's the Halloween. The home decorating contest actually has been on a hiatus. I don't think that's come back. So that's a holiday home one. So those may be two bad examples that are listed here at this point because they've evolved. And so Halloween home decorating does include district awards last couple of years that the Cultural Commission puts out.
I would just recommend that we adopt this, changing line 2, and just say mayoral certificates of recognition shall bear the signature of the mayor. And you could say, and potentially the district council member's signature. But I don't even need to see that. I just want to strike the only.
Yeah, so I agree to that, and that we just need to change it to that if an individual council member wants his or her signature, it can be included on the mayoral recognition, certificate recognition. As simple as that. To me, that you agree with that? Yeah.
Okay, so I want to address a couple things because, I mean, it's happened several times in this meeting, which is I do hear it's not debate with staff. I mean, the reason that I care what staff is going to say is staff is going to prepare the next report that goes to full council. And if I don't hear an acknowledgement of what's, of what the input is, then there's less understanding and less belief that the input that we do have will make it to the next staff report. And if you ask me why I think this, I can tell you lots of staff reports where, well, didn't quite capture what I stated, wasn't quite the input that I wanted, which is why now, respectfully, I'm trying to make sure that the input that I give is understood, knowing that the next report, we don't make the final decision. We make a decision to push this to full council. And in the full council report, I'd like to make sure that the concerns that were brought up in this meeting are captured and put in the next report. I've stated something about this line, and I've stated it enough times that I hope that there will be something other than that line, other than that particular statement, which tries to justify or tries to, encourage us or discourage us from making a change. I also know that when we make comments, like I'm not telling staff what to do, but I am asking for, maybe I should do it more explicitly, for analysis and support to enable the requests that the committee is making. So when you call it a, debate, I don't think it's debate at all. The fact that it's characterized as a debate is a little concerning to me, to be honest. I mean, I'm going to say this in the next meeting as well, because I don't have confidence that it will be prevented. But I think that with what we're doing and explicitly putting the mayor on different things when the mayor wasn't explicitly on things before, we are creating more authority for the mayor than any encroachment on existing authority. And I think that we need to think about that. We need to think about how we make the policies that we have open and for all council members. That's what I would think. But if the purpose of thinking is to try to differentiate even more how the mayor is more special or has additional powers over the council, that's not the direction that I would like to look at. I mean, when we wanted to tell the judge that the mayor was just another vote, shouldn't be changed, we said, oh, the mayor has no additional power, and that's why it's just an extra vote. Manages the meetings. I was at those meetings. That was justification used to have a separately elected mayor. Because I guarantee that in a CVRA lawsuit where we're talking about representation and powers, if the justification, if the narrative were that the mayor does have special powers, the mayor does have all these additional things that they can do, then the judge wouldn't have allowed a position that special to exist on the side and not be accessible to minorities or minority or new non-incumbent candidates. Right? Either It's not special, and it's okay that it's at large and potentially excluded from, the voters that the CVRA lawsuit tried to support. Either that's true or it's not. And if we are trying to come up with policies that try to set the mayor apart with additional powers, I think we're going exactly against what we were trying to achieve with the districts, with the lawsuits, and democracy in general. I mean, it's ridiculous that I have to even to consider this, but we're thinking very, very focused on what the differences are. And I don't think that's the direction we should be going. That's not the way we should be thinking. We should be looking at how do we make, not every district event is a city event. There's nothing in a district event that requires that the mayor be on anything. Like, we need to think about those kinds of things in addition to trying to make, and I'm talking to you, not to staff, I'm talking to you, to the city attorney, I'm talking to city manager. And again, it would be really nice if I could feel like you're also talking to us in a discussion, not a debate. Thank you.
Can we have a motion stated by, let's make a motion and
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to accept the mayoral certificates, just changing that one line, saying only the mayor's signature.
Second.
so basically mayor's certificate recognition shall bear the signature of the mayor and any councilman requesting such certificate. That's fine?
No, I would say the council member representing the district.
So broadly, like in the instance of council general outside of the district, that doesn't fall under district review.
But those are usually proclamations when you're,
Okay, if you want to, we can.
you're going to see the consulate.
But right now,
usually
the mayor issues those certificates to those people outside the city. That's why I'm saying.
Okay,
If I request somebody,
Yeah.
then his or her signature should be included. That's what my point is, basically, to keep it simple.
So I
okay,
may,
I'm fine
Okay.
with that. Yeah.
Okay.
can you repeat it one more
Yeah, we
time so
wanna-
I just want to make sure. So it's different than the council district.
Right, exactly. That's the reason I'm pointing. that out.
Certificate.
Outside, yeah.
And if it's outside, then it would just, from a process perspective, require staff to, you would come forward to staff and request that. The mayor would then approve it.
No, that's not.
I want to understand what
Yeah.
the direction is.
Okay, can I restate it?
Please.
Okay. The mayoral certificate shall have the mayor's signature on it. And if requested by the council member of that district, would have that person's signature. And if it's a group outside of Santa Clara, then a council member who has an interest in that organization could have their signature on it,
Along with the mayor.
along with the mayor.
Got it?
Sorry, it's complicated.
Yeah.
So if you're giving it to like an outside the city Korean group or Indian group or something, then if a council member has an interest in that group, then you would add their signature to it.
So may I, for the committee, restate that? Because I think it's different than where staff thought the recommendation was going. So it is any mayoral certificate of recognition shall have the signature of the mayor and the signature of the district council person, should that council person request it. I'm going to pause there because that language does not give the mayor an option to say no to the district council member. You're saying, should the district council member request it, it shall be on there.
I wasn't going that far.
Okay,
I would
Right.
say that if the mayor refuses, then we have to go through that 030 process. But it's just, I think If the council member requests that they be on there, the mayor can refuse it, and then you have to go through the 030 process.
Okay, so all mayoral certificates of recognition shall bear the signature of the mayor and
May bear,
A,
right?
and may bear the signature of other council members, period.
Per
that's fine. That's
request.
fine with me. Yeah.
Okay.
And I feel like we're going around in circles, trying really hard, not just to make a simple policy that says the mayor, as the ceremonial head, has the option to put their signature on any of these certificates, and it should be open to any member of city council who also has an interest. But by trying to set aside the mayor as something special, something that we tried very hard not to do during 2018 and CVRA lawsuit, so that we wouldn't have to put the mayor under, one of seven and we rotate. Like, feel like we're just going in circles to try to maintain the mayor as a special position in this regards, when it's very simple. The mayor, like any other council member, gets to put their signature. Maybe it's even like requested on every relevant document. I mean, that's essentially what is being said. And this only works if the other council members are also told about these certificates in advance. Like, if we don't even have the option to ask to be a signatory on documents. I'll wait. Yeah. Okay, again, we don't even have the option to request to be put on documents, have our signature on documents that we don't know about. So, I mean, these are the underlying things. If we simply say, listen, anything that comes before city, mayor, can have a signature, can be signatory, that's a given. But if we just say that any council member, I feel that that's easier, but for some reason, we're against doing that because it makes the mayor too unspecial, what the mayor should have been at the time.
This is called the mayoral certificate.
Understood, and maybe it should be a city
Mayor
certificate.
in the charter is the ceremonial head. So unless we change the charter, that's what we're stuck with.
No, the question is, like, there's a broad discussion about the mayoral power versus the charter language. We already had that discussion. So on all respects, the mayor basically represents the council on behalf of the council. So it doesn't hurt the mayor to include the signature of the other council member and such certificates. And that's the point. Like, why don't we make it, if the council member requests, it should not be at the discretion of the mayor, but it should be included. That's it. And that should be plain simple, like.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it should be included. That's it.
Understand the desire of the committee. Just want to note that the option of having other council members be on it will pose a operational process consideration. And so when we bring this to council, know that staff will endeavor to put together a process. Because, for example, we haven't talked about it. I know we've used this example in a prior meeting. Sometimes things happen at the last moment. Like, hey, the mayor may find out on Thursday that someone's having their 100th birthday party. There's hey, can we get a certificate for the 100th birthday party? The way we're describing writing the policy would be so rigid right now that there would be a real mad dash to see, is the council member in agreement? Can the district council member sign? And I think the way the policy is being written now, we would need to reach out to all other 6 council members and say, hey, the mayor is issuing this cert. Do you want your name on it? And so I just want to pose that as an operational concern that we should address. And I know the committee's desire right now, as it's being articulated, to state that the mayoral signature will be on all mayoral certificates, but the signature of any other council member shall be added upon their request. I understand that that's the committee's desire. I'm just noting that operationally, we're going to have to think about that, and there may be some hiccups. And so when we bring the policy before you, know that we may, we need to sit and talk about it and think of maybe some workarounds, or just say, you know what? If there's a last minute request, we can't do it because we need X number of days to get to all council members and see if they want their signature on it. I think you've heard the concerns from the city attorney, and so we don't need to go back there.
And again, that's my point. My point is that if we have enough requests like that, perhaps it would drive a behavioral change or a policy change so that we would slowly adjust. But again, you stated this earlier, which is staff tries to enact the will of the committee. And from my perspective, the will of the committee is we want an inclusive policy. And I don't want excuses for why it'd be difficult to do that. I want to hear options on how we accomplish that.
I think staff already agreed to that, but operational challenges, they will put forward a process, basically.
Yeah, I think we're trying to translate what you're wanting into actual language, right? Which we need to. And so one example of that could be, mayoral certificate shall bear a signature of the mayor, and either may or shall bear a signature of city council members upon request with an interest in the matter. For example, the district representative or a party with a special interest, in the recognized party, to the extent practical, right? So that's kind of builds in a lot of the stuff that needs to be balanced. I know it's not absolute, but yeah, so I understand. That's my first word at it. That can be worked up, but those are the essential elements of what I'm hearing, from all of you. And obviously we need to spend some more time actually drafting it.
So, Committee Member Park, when the councilman requests to his or her name to be on it is already practical. Let's assume that it's practical. When you are requesting that name, your name will be added to that. But the more practical is not when the mayor is requesting and they don't know who is the council member want to have a signature on that. That's a short period process. So we need to make a vote on that. Okay. So we have that. So,
Understood. And again, if I were to add anything, I would like to add consideration that not every district certificate, not every district event is a city event, and therefore requiring of the mayor's signature either. Meaning, again, if we have staff looking for inclusion, looking for, how we get these things done, instead of looking to see how we divide or we protect an imagined mayor's authority, I think we would come to these kinds of conclusions. But these aren't the kind of conclusions, and these aren't the kinds of discussions that I hear here, which again causes me some great concern.
so we have a motion.
My motion is the recommendation that Glenn had made. And we can further refine the idea of practical, what's practical per time constraints, however, but we can refine that. That's my motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to second.
The 3-0?
3-0.
Thank you. Was that a
2-1.
2-1?
No. Yes.
Kevin,
He seconded. He seconded.
Oh, you said no?
you said no.
Oh.
We're trying to figure out.
Seconded it, but he said no. Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you.
Okay. All right. So the motion passes 2-1. Councilmember Park voting no.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Meeting is adjourned.